instant.
Hello, hello. Check, check, check. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Let's see if we can get started here. We are getting a late start. I'm so paranoid that this is just gonna happen again. Yeah, we had the game lock up and crash, which we've had that happen every once in a while, but I couldn't get the game to start back up again. Apologies for. Hopefully, it didn't hurt anybody's ears. It made a long audio sound there for a little bit, I think. Hopefully that wasn't too bad. I guess you can tell me, MP, if you heard anything. Oh, let's see. Let's see if we can get started. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, and welcome back, and happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. I hope everybody's weekends are going well. I'd like to try to play some games today. We can see if it gets going here. Let me make sure that the game is showing up too. Not quite. There might be a slight pop in the audio here. There we go. Oh, so yeah, happy Saturday. I am, of course, Fanable. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my channel. As we're here to try to play more Expedition 33. Let's see here. Jumping into part 3 of our French playthrough, New Game Plus Expert with, for the moment, times 20 enemy health, which we did almost in its entirety for the last stream. We got a lot done on the last stream. We ended up going to Flying Waters, where we ended up finding Mael. Got through that entire area, caught our glimpse of Verso, went through that area, fought the available bosses, fought Goblu. Goblu wasn't Flying Waters, was he? Now I'm forgetting. We did a couple other side activities too. We encountered a couple Nevron. We did the Small Virgin, and then we also did the Redwoods Fountain, where you have to pay a bunch of why am I blanking on the name? Chronos? The currency. It's not a lot this time. It was a lot the first time around that we did. We got so much now that it's like barely a fraction of what we had been doing last time. It didn't cost much this time. And then after Flying Waters, we entered the Ancient Sanctuary. Yeah, where did we encounter Goblu? Was that in the Ancient Sanctuary or the Flying Waters? Now I'm curious. Now I'm curious to check. Let's see. Hi, Zoe. Zoe was super patient, because I was getting up, trying to figure out what was going on. I ended up restarting my computer. Okay, here we go. Here we go. It all kind of runs together. So Goblu was part of the Flying Waters. Ancient Water, who did we... Oh yeah, I should know that already. Ancient Sanctuary ended with the ultimate Sakapatat. That's what allowed us to give us access to the Jestro Village. So we did Flying Waters, we fought Goblu, we fought a couple chromatic bosses, did Ancient Sanctuary, took down the ultimate Sakapatat, and then we got access to the Jestro Village. And I feel like the times 20, because we were trying to figure out some kind of nice balance when it came to having the enemies have enough health that we can have like a decent length of time in the fights. We have found that with the bump to Expert and New Game Plus, at the very least, the enemies are hitting hard. They are a danger. If we take hits, there is a chance that our characters can die. But the enemies are still a little bit too squishy. Not just talking about, like, the enemies, I would say even the bosses. But we want both the enemies and the bosses to be a little more powerful so we can experience their move sets. Because the normal enemies are one of those things where even in the first time around, you only encounter them so many times where you don't really get to learn their movesets. Not all of them anyways. Either they're too weak, or you just had so infrequent encounters with them, and then you forget them. So I actually kind of like replaying some of these other enemy types, and relearning or trying to remember some of their movesets. So I think we're at a nice balance now, where times 20, the health has found a nice middle ground, at least for the moment. The bosses aren't too crazy hard, and the normal enemies are lasting long enough that we have to actually do a little bit of a fight. Could we do more? I don't know, because I think it jumps, for our options, I think it jumps from times 20 to times 50. We could try times 50, but my worry is that it's going to end up making, like, the boss fights, like, crazy long. And so, yeah, that's where we're having to find the balance. That's where we're having to try to find the middle ground. But the bosses seem to be good, decent length. And like I said, they are able to take us down. We fought the Chromatic Troubadour. He was able to take down a couple of us. A couple of the different characters, if you end up missing the parries, of course, which that is the main purpose, to try to learn the move sets and parry correctly and accordingly, which I don't always do. Goblu's fight was kind of short, though, now that I say that. The only time that it, like, the couple chromatic bosses are the ones that lasted a decent length. We did end up fighting Golgra, and Golgra ended up being a good fight. Golgra was a good fight because she was hitting completely hard. Even when we had, like, good damage defense reductions, she was still hitting crazy hard. I don't even know if we were seeing, like, to the extent the amount of damage she does at this point. At the very least, I know that she was hitting for at least 30,000 some of her hits. Possibly maybe even 40,000, which is crazy. And I don't think we're going to be able to defend against that, which we didn't. We ended up dying a whole bunch against Golgra. But we did end up finally getting around to defeating her on the times 20 setup with Mael. Mael was able to hit her hard enough that we were able to get her into her second phase. We encountered some of her second phase moves, and then we were able to finish her off. She's a lot of fun, though. We spent a lot of time trying to learn her movesets on the first playthrough when we had our chance to, when we were fighting her with Minoko, because she doesn't do as much damage to Minoko. So yeah, we took advantage of that, and we practiced some of her movesets, especially her second phase movesets, of which there's plenty. But yeah, we got that done, and now we've just kind of left off after we picked up CL from the Gestural Village. And we're going to be heading over to pick up Esquier. There are some other things we could do, but it kind of makes sense to get Esquier first at this point. Pick up Esquier so that way we can move around a lot quicker. Assuming that the game actually keeps running, we don't have crashing here. We'll find out. Cross your fingers. Oh, man. All right. Well, again, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, and happy Saturday. Don't forget to hit that like button. If you haven't yet already, I do very much appreciate it. Subscribe, share, all the good things. Let's get started. Let's go. Brain starts to turn to mush if I'm not keeping on the schedule. Phantom, welcome back. MP, music, how's it going, guys? Cleo, thank you. Yeah, that was nuts. I guess I'd rather have stuff like that happen at the top of the stream.
On en reparlera en chemin. Allons vers l'est. C'est là que se trouve le nid d'Esquier.
That's what she's saying. She said, let's head east. Let's find Esquier. So so we were talking about, like, the Gestrals, how they kind of have, like, a mix of languages. So we're assuming that there's not a difference between the Gestral language when we're playing on the French playthrough. Having said that, because we got to the point where Golgra told us the password, which she still says, "Get out of the way." "Get out of the way" is the password, and she says it in English. Considering that is the password, I do wish they had thought of that as a detail for the French voiceover dialogue, that they should also still say "get out of the way." Or I guess they could have changed it with Golgra. She could have said it in French. One or the other. So I'm assuming, but considering they said, oh, the password is, and then they said "get out of the way" in French. So I'm assuming that we are going to get a French Gustav yelling "get out of the way" here. Not in English, despite what Golgra said. And we're about to hurt this guy's feelings. Thing is that we never came over here the first playthrough. So we never ended up coming over here and countering him. And sure enough, he does say you can't pass, you need a password. I had thought from the get-go, since we didn't come over here, that there was no password. That Golgro was just yanking our chains. And thought it would be funny to tell us to go over here and yell at this guy to get out of the way.
Oh, Picobano, Pocarito, Passwordito, mi parino.
Golgra a dit de crier le mot de passe aussi fort que possible. Alors... Gustave?
I guess he does mention it
Tu as
at
du
this
coffre.
point, too.
Vraiment?
Maybe that's not the password, though. Maybe we just scare him enough.
Sois pas timide.
Dégage de là!
Jeez, tu Pokémon ma parino.
Non, 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 c'est juste... C'est le mot de passe.
Pico femicola, gorgranda maribombino, Passwordito. Gomikuru rapito sava.
So she never told him the password. She told him that there is a password,
Ah,
but she
je
never told
m'excuse,
him.
Sincèrement.
She never told him what
Golgra
the
nous a
password
dit que
was.
c'était le mot de passe. et-
Laisse. C'est un gestral. Il aura tout oublié dans 5 minutes.
Je suis désolé.
I don't know. They were both pretty good. They were both pretty good. I do think it would have been. It would have been better if they yelled it in English, though. We would have to go back and compare it. Charlie Cox's "Get Out of My Way" was pretty great. Did we miss anything out there? I know there's the thing you have to pick up on the side, but you have to go there from the inside, right?
Intéressant comme décor.
Esquier est censé se nourrir de lumière.
Tu vas bien, Maël?
Je sais pas trop. J'ai encore une sensation de... déjà vu.
La lumière ici, elle m'a l'air un peu... Comment dire?
We do have CL now. Should we start using CL? We could hold off for a little bit, keep using Gustav, the original trio. I do want to switch. I switched the cheater Pictos off from her and put it on Gustav. I forgot about you. Should we bring up the English Gustav and compare the two? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. It would have been SKA's Nest. All right, let's listen to Charlie Cox's "Get Out of My Way." English Gustav.
This place is pretty.
I agree, Fanable. This place is pretty. Got more points. Load having two different heals like this.
Hey.
Come on, don't be shy.
Get out of my way! Do it.
Get out of my way!
Jeez, tu Pokémon ma parino.
I don't know. They're pretty even. Charlie Cox is... Let's re-listen to it here in this old stream.
C'était le mot de passe.
Laisse. C'est un geste.
Je suis désolé.
Dans-
Non, non.
We would just scare him enough. Enough.
Dégage de là!
Yeah. They're I'd say they're pretty even. They're pretty even. I see. So giving Charlie Cox just the slight edge. His music's opinion. Charlie Cox takes it, but just barely takes it. Should we go fight? Can we just drop straight down? Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. We discovered this here. So we can go fight the mime right now. We can also go down here, can't we? Right away? Let's go fight the mime immediately.
Faut s'en débarrasser.
Don't have enough powerful. I did that backwards. I guess I could do this. Nope.
Élément convergé.
Obéissez-moi.
Like I'm back to Gustav and I'm like, what do we want to do with Gustav? Not much.
Faut s'en débarrasser.
À couvert.
La bataille doit mourir.
Obéissez-moi. Faisons couler l'encre. Par le feu.
John, how goes it? Welcome back. Happy Saturday.
Gustave, ne meurs pas!
Laissez tomber.
La chroma a pris le flot. Sans l'étreinte du feu. Élément, convergez!
Lame affûtée! Faisons couler l'encre! Sors de ce tableau!
Very good. Very good. See, it's Mael that you kind of go, do we have, should we be bumping them to times 50? Just because of Mael alone, but yeah, that's definitely our own balancing issue. Especially if we end up amplifying her with CL. It's a tough call. Look at all these giant, bloody Eskia carvings. A giant head here on the wall. And a bunch of his stone carvings here. Which are, I believe, the exact same as that one lady's statue she made. Or like these. She should have done something creative and different. You have to assume lore-wise that somebody made sketches of these statues and then brought them back, and that's what she ended up creating from.
Pas d'esquier.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Hé, bonjour mon ami.
Ciel.
Quoi? Je sais pas. Il a l'air sympa.
Oh, c'est toi? Bonjour, mon ami, la terrible nageuse. Tu es venu pour que je t'apprenne à nager?
Non, je suis pas très à l'aise dans l'eau.
En fait, c'est un peu pour ça qu'on est venu. On doit traverser la mer. Tu peux nous aider?
Mon ami, pierre qui roule n'amasse pas mousse.
Pardon? Les histoires racontent qu'Esquier aime parler par énigme.
Comment ça?
Je comprends pas.
Nous devons absolument traverser la mer. Tu veux bien nous aider?
Vous êtes trop nombreux à transporter. Je suis fort, mais pas à ce point-là. J'ai besoin de Flory,
Qui est Fleury?
une de mes pierres.
Une pierre?
Oui, Flory m'aide à nager. Mais elle m'a été volée par mon ennemi juré. Celui dont chaque pas ébranle les fondations du monde. Celui que l'on appelle François.
D'accord.
Laisse-moi deviner. François se trouve sûrement au cœur d'un territoire infesté de névrons, c'est ça?
Oh non, il est juste à côté. Là-bas.
Oh,
François est mon voisin.
François.
bon. J'imagine qu'on peut aller le voir.
Fantastique! Bonne chance, mes amis. Et ramenez-moi Flory, s'il vous plaît.
Tu sembles me connaître.
Oui,
Mais comment? Je ne comprends pas.
les hommes peuvent gravir des montagnes, mais trébuchent sur des cailloux.
D'accord.
SKA sounds exactly the same. Either that's the same voice actor, or they did some digital muckery with SKA's voice across both games. That's literally SKA. He's just speaking French instead of English. Right? That's our good old SKA. He doesn't sound any different. What about Francois?
Plus nous obtenons d'informations, plus je me pose de questions.
Ça va, Ciel?
Oui. Et ce qui est surprenant.
Well, we know that Francois was voiced
Ça
by
serait
the
utile.
same person who did Monoko, right? Here, let's look this up. It's the same voice actor, yeah. One voice actor for SKA. It's a French actor. He did both the English and the French. Maxence Cazorla? He did both. He did the. So that makes sense. Because my first thought was, did they just do like a manipulation and make like a deep voice? Nah, that's just SKA. We have SKA back for the French playthrough. Yeah, Rich Keeble did Monoko's voice and Francois. Did they do the same thing in this instance? Did they have the same voice actor for both? Or just a different actor, but who does the voices for both Monoko and Francois? We'll have to see. We haven't heard Monoko yet.
Y a rien ici.
Qui ose entrer chez moi? On n'entre pas comme ça chez les gens sans frapper. C'est extrêmement mal élevé.
Est-ce que... c'est toi, François? C'est juste une pierre qui parle.
Je pensais que c'était Florie, la pierre.
Une pierre? Je ne suis pas une pierre. Vous avez des cailloux dans les yeux. En tout cas, vous en avez à la place du cerveau. Vous voyez pas que je suis une tortue? Esquier! Arrête d'envoyer des brigands chez moi!
Cesse d'être aussi méchant. Ce sont de gentils humains.
Alors garde-les de ton côté de la caverne! Et vous dégagez de ma pelouse!
Oui, oui, on va s'en aller. On est juste là pour Florie.
Alors en plus de rentrer sans frapper, vous venez pour me voler? Oh ma parole! Des humains, hein? Eh bien, il faudra me passer sur le corps! Ah!
So good.
Je suis prête.
That worked oddly out in our favor.
Prête à frapper fort.
Laisse-moi t'aider.
Yeah. Ah, poor Francois. Too powerful. He didn't get a chance to use his ice attack.
Bon, mettons un terme à ces inepties. J'ai besoin d'aller dormir, comme une tortue.
Tout ça pour un petit caillou de rien du tout.
Prenez-le et ne revenez jamais.
François, qu'est-ce que tu as pris cher?
Je me vengerai. Je vous poursuivrai jusqu'au bout du monde.
Mais tu peux pas bouger.
Dégagez!
Francois's voice actor is really good. Yeah, I'm curious too about that. Is there like a French voice actor list that we can look at? I tried looking up the voice actor, the French voice actor for Francois. It's still just telling me Rich Keeble. Why am I having such a trouble finding the voice actor list? Oh, here we go. Alexandra Gillett for Gustav. It should list the French voice actors too. I'm not seeing the French voice actors on IMDb. They do not list them. At least not in this cast list that I'm currently looking at. Oh, here we go. I think I found them. But is Francois in here? Is it just the main cast? Doggone it, this is just the main cast. Alright, well. I guess we're not gonna know who's playing Francois. I was just curious. I was curious if Francois was going to be playing... If they did the same thing. If they got, like, Rich Keeble. Because Rich Keeble did a few voices. In addition to, like, Francois and Minoko. Apparently the voice actor who is playing Gustav also does the French voice for Steve Rogers, Captain America. Isn't that interesting? The voice actors for Maëlle, Adeline Châtel. She did voice work in Last of Us and Legend of Zelda. They got a pretty nice resume across them all. But I can't find Francois' voice actor. I can't find it listed. Yeah, I could only find the main voice cast. Oh well. If anybody finds a list, let me know. You can drop me a link. Yeah, that's what we need. We basically just need like an IMDb listing.
François et Esquier sont très différents des Gestrals et des Névrons.
Tu crois que c'est la peintresse qui les a créés aussi?
Qui veux-tu que ce soit d'autre?
Peut-être qu'ils viennent d'un autre monde.
Ce sera utile.
Super.
Oh? Vous avez trouvé Flory. Ce n'est pas Flory.
Quoi? Comment ça, c'est pas Flory?
Ha ha! Je n'ai jamais vu Flory. Ta pierre est toujours aux falaises de Rochevague.
Eh ben, il m'a bien eu.
Attends, tu ne comptes plus nous aider?
Si vous promettez de ramener Flory, alors on pourra être amis.
Tu ne peux pas nager sans Flory? On vient de te voir voler.
Oh, vous êtes bien trop lourd. Il me faut mes pierres.
Tes pierres?
Hélas, je les ai toutes perdues. Je peux faire bien plus que nager. Je peux voler dans l'espace. Avant, je volais tout le temps avec mon ami Verseau.
On t'aidera à trouver tes pierres.
Oh, c'est très gentil à vous.
Attends, François a parlé des falaises de Rochevague. Où sont-elles?
Oh, très très loin vers le nord. Dirigez-vous juste vers le Grand 33. Ouh, je vous rejoins dehors. Aïe. Oh.
Francois is voiced by Bruno Magnus. Let's see. See, I'd be curious. Does he have this in his... Because he's got an IMDb page. Yeah, the game's not listed as IMDb. I don't know. I've never thought about that before. Yeah, somebody just needs to update his IMDb, because he does have other games listed for those. Elder Scrolls Online, voice French version. Yeah, same thing here. Secret World video game, Sam Creek voice French version. So yeah, somebody just needs to update update these guys' IMDb's. Let's see. Did he do any other voices? Okay, so he's doing the voice of Monoko. But did he do the voice of Francois? Did you just find me the voice of Monoko? I was trying to find the voice of Francois. Does he do both? Did he do the same thing as Keeble? Because yeah, Rich Keeble did Monoko and Francois. That'd be really interesting if they did the same thing. They had the same actor. Where'd you find that information? I can't find it anywhere. All I can find is that he did Monoko. It's not listing his additional voices if he did any. What is this video for Phantom? You gave her a proper cute warning? You're always trying to trick people with videos. Why does Phantom get a proper cute warning? Normally MP would be like, here's a super scary video for Phantom. Well, this is interesting. I looked up the cast list on the credits. Here, I'll just show you guys what I'm looking at. And if this is from the ending credits, they don't even have somebody listed. They went out of their way to list Francois and Monoko for Rich Keeble in the English cast list, but they did not list Francois for the French cast list. We'll see if it's different per place. So yeah, if this is the credits here listed on Moby Games, they have a well, here they have a main cast. Okay, they have separate listings here. Let's see. Francois. Yeah, I don't think they have Francois here. They have Minoko listed as Rich Keeble and Bruno. And then... yeah, they don't have Francois here, do they? This is interesting because... look at this. They have a separate cast here, main cast, and they list the French and the English actors for each. And the performance captures. And then they have a separate category where they then have them separated for some reason. Lead cast English, which they do have Francois listed here under Rich. Minoko and Francois shows that Keeble did them. But then if you come down further to the French one, no Francois. Very interesting. It's a mystery. But they do have Bruno listed here for Minoko. I got Adeline here, Maëlle. I still haven't heard, I don't think, wait, no, we heard Renoir. Yeah. Not bad. We heard Renoir, I think, for the first time in the vision sequence with Maëlle, with Alicia and Renoir visiting. Not bad, but he's no Andy Serkis. Sorry, Kaufman. Good, but nowhere near as good as Andy Serkis, I think. Our Gustav and Maëlle have been great so far. Lune, not bad, but not as good as our English Lune. Ciel, I still feel like I need to hear a little bit more of, but she's actually been really good. This voice actress, Sarah Cornebert. How do you say her last name? And yeah, we haven't heard Bruno's Minoko yet. But yeah, Maxence Cazorla, he does Esquier for both English and French, which is pretty awesome considering it's a pretty awesome iconic voice, Esquier. So that's fun that he did both. Yeah, we haven't heard Verso yet either. I just said that, MP, like multiple times. What is this video that you posted for me? I think I've seen this video already. It might have been this video that I found out that Keeble did multiple voices. All right. Well, whoever did Francois, the French Francois, he sounds really good. I would say on par with Rich's Francois. Yes.
Expédition 66. Marcel. Maudits soient tes foutus champignons, Esquier. Évidemment que ton ami les a mangés sans le moindre problème, vu que t'avais oublié de nous dire qu'il est apparemment immortel. C'est le genre de détail qu'on est censé mentionner avant, non? Tu veux bien arrêter de pleurer en plus, Esquier? C'est pas toi qui es sur le point de mourir si je ne m'abuse. J'arrive pas à croire que ce soit la fin de notre expédition. Nous n'avons rien appris. Rien accompli qui puisse aider les suivantes. Qu'est-ce qui m'a pris aussi de faire confiance à de la guimauve qui parle? Génial. Et voilà que je perds connaissance.
So that's funny. So yeah, that's got to be talking about Verso now. I didn't really think about that. I think I must have thought that this journal was talking about I don't know, Francois? But yeah, it has to have been Verso that ate the mushrooms. But surely Verso would feel sick, right? Even if he doesn't die. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe not. That's so terrible, though. So that means that Verso was hanging out with these expeditioners. They all decided to eat mushrooms. How would Verso not know that these mushrooms were poisonous? I guess it's possible Verso's just... Anytime he's hung out here with Esquier, he nibbles on the mushrooms. Maybe they taste good. And then at some point we can maybe assume that Verso came here with Expedition 66. And he's like, yeah, these mushrooms are great. They're delicious. He starts chowing down on them. So they all eat it along. That does make it a little bit better. Because I mentioned, like, obviously it's smart that if you're not sure about a food source like this, that you need to be more careful. And at the very least, maybe just have only one person try them. But if they saw Verso eating them and he's like, yeah, I've been eating these mushrooms for a long while now. They're really, really good. Then what, did Verso just leave while they're all dying of poisoning? That's crazy. Alright, well, it sucks you guys are dying, but I gotta go. I gotta go now. So yeah, it's a little more understandable now that we know that it was likely Verso that ate the mushrooms in front of them. And not just like some random creature. Can we take him down? I mean, if we can get back to Mael, maybe.
Les éléments denses.
Very good. Very good, Mael. This is a very thin sheet of rock. Maybe it's not rock. What is it then? Alright, we might be done in Esquier's nest. I think we just have to leave now. Probably could have gone and done the donk earlier. Who's this one? French voice cast of Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is completely crazy. Can we show that on the stream? Or will that cause the stream to get claimed by this channel? I see that it's in French. Is it just a montage of them yelling out dialogue? Yeah, I'll have to try to watch it later. It's all from the game, so I wouldn't think it'd be claimable, but who knows? You never know.
Voilà qui devrait aider.
Romanito Bucapira, Wataparina, Toparino.
Am I meant to change it in English? I see that it has an auto dub. Would that make it funnier? We could probably bring it up. If we put it on English auto dub, then we probably could play it on the stream.
Claire Obscure.
Okay, it is set to auto dub English already.
Expedition 33 has presented the cast of its French voices and, well, it's really impressive. Gustave will be voiced by Alexander Gillette. His name may not ring a bell, but he's the official voice actor for Chris Evans. And yes, he's the voice of Captain America, and yes, he's also Frodo in Lord of the Rings. We also have Adeline Cheetail who will voice May. We know her well, she's a regular in video game voice act. She's also...
Is this just video going through the cast list? We've already found this cast list. We just went over these cast lists. I even mentioned Captain America and how the voice actress for Mael has done voice work for Last of Us. Is that all this is doing? I thought it was showing the actual, because it says the French voice cast of Claire Obscure is crazy. Is it saying it's crazy in the sense that like it's impressive? This is just telling us information we already know. Yeah, we found out that the voice actor for Gustav is the person who does the French dubs for Captain America. I thought, well, considering the title, at least the translation of the title is the French voice cast of Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is completely crazy. I thought it was gonna be like I thought it was gonna be like the voice cast saying crazy lines, but it's just a video telling us the names of the voice actors. That's all it is. I was incredibly disappointed. And so better yet, if it was like the voice actors like saying the crazy lines from the game, I thought it would be funny to hear that in an English dub. But sadly, it's just it's just somebody telling you who the cast is. Ay. I appreciate you trying, MP, to give us that information. But yeah, we already found all that. Now we have to go and fire up some Marvel movies and change it to the French dub so we can hear him doing Captain America. It's good to have Esquier back again. We don't have the means to break through this stuff yet, though, do we? Oh, yeah, we do. Alright, cool. That's cool. Did I fight you guys?
Laisse-moi t'aider.
Apparently he is. Makes me wonder if he's done the French voice dub for him for every single movie since the first one, the first Captain America movie. MP, you need to go find us frickin' owl videos. You can't just apologize to Phantom, you have to find her an owl video. We keep getting more AP. Give us more AP. Alright, I'm finally done.
Une tempête approche. Éléments, convergez!
Close.
Sors de ce tableau!
I'm sorry, what? That is not an owl. And your Phantom's gonna be even more pissed now. You're supposed to be doing this to get on Phantom's good graces, and you just made it worse. It's time to take MP into the loony bin. He doesn't know what an owl looks like anymore. It's not a sea owl. It's not a sea owl.
Excellent.
There probably is something that you could maybe jokingly make it out to be a sea owl, but that's not it. Yeah, look at how much you've upset Phantom now. For shame. For shame! Oh, we do have the Gestural Arena over here. Could do this. Hidden Gestural Arena. Worse yet is that not only did MP upset you, Phantom, by tricking you, but the only reason he sent a freaking squid to me is because he knows that I have thalassophobia, which means he purposefully was trying to scare me. It's a double whammy video that he posted. It's a double betrayal video that he posted. To the greatest extent. Instead of sending me one of my favorite animals, show us what you get. Who will fight? Who will fight? Oh, we can pick Monoko in this case. If we wanted to. Try CL. What weapon are we running on CL right now? Still running the Dualison. Dualison. I don't think we could do much with her. We could try.
Ok. Ok, Wambayo, solo fate.
Vas-y, essaie. À moi de jouer.
I just realized I don't think we have... Oh yeah, that's right. Wait. We don't have Cheater on her, do we? She doesn't get her double turns. That's unfortunate.
J'attends.
No! He got me. He tricked me.
C'est parti.
Bowser, how goes it? Welcome. Welcome, happy Saturday.
C'est parti.
Ah, too soon still.
Pas aujourd'hui.
Ah, still too soon. I'll never get his fake punching down. Zoe's out. Which means Nova's in. Sweet Nova. I'd be curious if she'd come over here now. Milo, you okay? Weezin, you wanna come over here, boy? Yep, he's dead.
Oh, magnifique Nagomilula.
This will be just because of how weak he is. Can we double check? Do we still have the times 20 on? Okay, we do. Just making sure. He's just that weak. Hi, Luna. I knew one of them was going to try to take Zoe's place. And that would be Luna.
Isso?
Let's do CL again.
Ok. Oh, nisso Gawilo.
We do need to swap. We do need to swap back on her skills.
Vas-y, essaie.
Dang it. He's too tricksy. He's too tricksy.
À moi de jouer. Quelle chance. J'attends. Si on pariait. J'attends. Essaie pour voir. La mort est mon ami.
Oula, faut sauve Nabil.
CL skills are fun. They are a lot of fun. So is this thing automatically kicking us into Twilight? Let's see. Base attack hit on same turn deals 100% more damage, which is good. We do have her set up for the successive base attacks. Free aim shots apply 1 foretell. Base attack consumes all foretell to deal 50% more damage per foretell consumed. So we're also consuming our foretell when we do base attacks as well. During Twilight, any foretell consumed is not removed. Now, wait, so what was forcing us? What do I have on? Why were we getting pushed into Twilight? I don't know. I'm not sure. What about these would be pushing us into Twilight? I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know why we were getting pushed into Twilight. Yeah, the Dark Wave is great. I like most of her animations, to be honest. A lot of her skills are a lot of fun. Don't click it. MP can't be trusted anymore. It's probably some monstrosity. We're going to put this on for now. We're going to keep using her for the moment. Because she's not doing an overly high amount of damage, which is making her a little more fun to play. Question is, though, should we... What did we swap off from him? Anti-burn, maybe? Gosh, I don't remember what level it is. Where did we get Cheater? Was that from... Sprong? Sprong. Yeah, we should go try to fight Sprong again. Can we get to Sprong right now? Can SK swim still? Or do we still need to find a stone for that? Xavier, how's it going? Welcome back. Alright, MP. Good night, MP. Farewell. So long. MP didn't send me a single owl video, did he? He didn't make up for all that betrayal that he did. Not one. So it was good enough to send Phantom a cute video, but never made up for me. I see how it is. I see where the priorities lie. But never a cute owl. And for that, he can never be forgiven. Never! Hi, Milo. Alright, MP, good night! And yes, always a good friendly reminder, don't forget to hit that like button. If you have not yet already, be like MP. Be like Phantom, hit that like button. We do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Until next time, MP, good night! Did we already fight giant feet?
Oh, magnifique.
I don't remember. No. No. Surely I would remember this. Too early. Milo has joined us. We're actually kind of surrounded right now. Zoe came back, but yeah, I think she's upset that she lost my lap. Because she's right there. Sitting on the ottoman. Hi, Zoe. I don't know why you got up. You lost your spot, though. We got Nova. For anybody who's new, these are the cat. This is the crew. That's Zoe right there, tortoiseshell. Got a black cat. Best of luck cat Nova right there. And then we have Luna. Luna the gray. And Milo the white. You've heard mixed opinions? I heard nothing but good things going into this game. Who did you hear mixed opinions from? Because doesn't this game have like a 95% on Steam? I'd be curious to actually look now. Where is it at right now? Games that I tend to buy, even not based on recommendations given to us from streaming. If a game is in the 90 plus on Steam, I will usually pick it up at some point. Even if on sale. Do we have a store page that I can look at? We have the web browser. There's gotta be a way to look at the store page from here. I can look at DLC. Would that bring it up? Maybe. Or it's just gonna keep spinning. They're obscure. Yeah, it's got a 95%. I would say that's the complete opposite of mixed opinions. Oh, well that's just your preference in gaming, I guess. If you don't like turn-based games, then you're not gonna like this game, I would assume. But then again, I don't like turn-based games. This is the first turn-based game that we've played on the channel. But it's got a fantastic parry and dodge system that I think makes up for it. If this was like a standard turn-based game, I probably wouldn't have liked the gameplay as much. If you were just literally just taking turns, I get to attack, now you get to attack. Sometimes my moves miss, sometimes your moves miss, sometimes they don't. I think that's what I associate when I think of like normal turn-based games. But this has a parry and a dodge system in it that makes it a lot of fun. It turns it into more of like a rhythm game where you can defend attacks against the enemy. Yeah, you would, Phantom. You could rely on just dodging. I heard from some people that they only dodged. They never worried about the parrying or the counterattacks, and they only dodged. Not to mention, Phantom, if you were wanting to play this just for the story, you could put it on the story difficulty. And I believe the story, the easy mode, it has really, really big windows for doing dodges and parries. Alright, what are we doing? I don't know what we're doing. Yeah, so we can do consumes with this weapon. I don't know if yeah, I don't know what's causing us to go into Twilight though. Yeah, I'm not I'm not super clear on that.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Prête.
I don't know why I did that.
J'attends. À moi de jouer.
So I kind of feel like if you're familiar with rhythm, if you've played games like Guitar Hero or Rock Band, if you played any kind of rhythm games at all, I think you would probably comfortably be able to sit down with a game like this, because that's kind of what you're doing. You're learning the beats of the enemy attacks to counter and parry them. So that's kind of how you have to look at it. Especially with like attacks that end up like from bosses that have multiple attacks on a moveset, is that you basically just have to learn the rhythm that they're doing. Yeah, see, I'm in Twilight right now. How did I get in Twilight? I don't understand what I have attached to her right now that's forcing us into Twilight. Something. It didn't. The weapon doesn't seem like it reads like it should be pushing us into Twilight, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the consuming of the cards is causing Twilight to happen? I don't know.
C'est parti. J'ai vu ton avenir. Pas aujourd'hui.
Luna's already passed out. It did not take very long.
Pas aujourd'hui. J'attends.
Now, I know. I definitely made that Twilight happen. But yeah, I'm a little confused as to why we keep getting forced into Twilight other times.
Celui que j'aime. À moi de jouer. Vas-y, essaie. Vas-y, essaie.
Alright, well, we're not getting forced into Twilight right now. I must be doing something that I'm just oblivious to. Just probable. This is probable.
Bonne pioche. Ton ombre éteint. Essaie pour voir.
Ah, tous les comme Willow, faut se...
Thanks. Thanks. I guess we might as well keep playing as CL through these guys.
Ils sont?
Yeah, I've noticed that. This almost seems like an error in the design for on her weapon. Because the one problem with Dualistan is it's a cool looking weapon, but the blades need to be reversed. Because she has the one blade where it's constantly looking like it's stabbing in her head. But if that was switched around so it was like the Martinon, it would be fine. And I want to say, I think, yeah, most of them are faced that direction. Yeah, they are. So did somebody mess up with the Dualistan? Yeah, it's got to be. You can even see in the little preview image over on the left side, the Dualistan, the blade should be on the top side, should be going down. The bottom should be going up. But it's reversed. And so the blade is like stabbing her head. Although in the preview image for the Shation, it is reversed in the preview image, but they have it the correct way around. Same thing with the Charnon too, so that the blades aren't stabbing her in the face. Sandfall, fix this. Fix this so the Dualistan is not stabbing her in the head. I mean, yeah, I like it for the base attacks. But once we start using her as a support, it doesn't, I feel like it doesn't make a lot of sense staying on this. We might go back to the Lithison, which is pretty cool too. She's got a lot of great looking weapons.
Mimbo? Ok. Oh oui, là.
Ow.
Les cartes ont parlé. C'est parti. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Bon.
Alright, let's see, because we're gonna go ahead and do a base attack.
J'attends.
Ah, too early.
Bonne pioche.
Yeah, there's something with this weapon that it... Am I crazy? I didn't read anything like that in the description, but it must be that when we do base attacks for the consumption, it pushes it into Twilight. I don't know if that's just a normal function for her. Any consumption at all forces Twilight? It's gotta be. I guess that would make sense. That's what all the dark That's what all the moon ones do, is consumption. So that's a problem with this weapon. I mean, it's not a problem with her with a single firing, but if we're ever wanting to like try to save up her sun charges, we have to make sure that we're not doing base attacks. Which is fine. Which is fine, I guess.
J'attends.
It's fine. It's fine.
Quelle chance. C'est parti.
See, now I don't want to. I would rather wait.
Vas-y, essaie.
I have nothing to do with her though. Unless we can get another set of AP here. Nope. Sadly, no. I can't even get a mark on you. I want to hit him with the base attack. Whatever. Maybe we should just not care. He's almost dead anyways.
Amusons-nous.
That was pretty good. Unless I'm misremembering something previous in this fight, that was a 25 million hit for that final blow.
Oh, ni soge gawilo. Ula fosov nabe. Come wila foselito.
Yay.
Non mi chinado con caffè ca decirlo.
No café de toro.
Alright, well, we're done here. we're done here. Moving on. Moving on where? Well, I mean, if we can swim, let's go see if we can swim. Could go try to fight Sprung. Question is, though, do we want to bring in CL instead of Gustav? Maybe. Maybe.
Ah, c'est super.
Ça m'a tout l'air d'être une perte de temps.
I don't know why we came in here. I guess we could do this while we're here.
Dita que tomato? Ami. Mamoro como no momo. Tanko tokamo. Kiko ba o luto minna. Bibo ture ko wamila.
Yeah, man.
Mida gororito teso kimabano. Kivigovi.
Do we end up giving him a swimsuit? Do we give him like a Speedo, like for Minoko? Oh no! I felt like, ah, crap. She can't grab onto the sides on this one, can she? Oh, she can. Alright. Look away, Phantom. Look away! Don't let your motion sickness get the better of you. Ah, shoot now! Oh, I hate the log parts. We should have a sprinting challenge for this. Gosh, thankfully she can I don't know if we can do a sprinting challenge. How do you do these sharp 90-degree angles if you have to keep your sprint held down the whole time? Maybe you can still stop, but you have to be holding down your sprint. Charge! Hooah! Hooah! Oh gosh, we can't get through.
Pour la photo Nabil. Ah, tous les comme Willow, fausse équipe.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about with the eye line thing. I think it only happens during these interactions. So Lune looks like she's completely ignoring this gestural. Like she's pretending he's not even there. I'm sorry. Someone talking? I don't hear anything.
Comme Willow, fausse lito. Ole voce, wambayo, solo fate.
It's a manly swimsuit. Use it wisely.
Oh, mali, fisinagonila.
There's no option. There's no option to pick other than yes, I am disappointed.
Ah, tous les comme Willow, fausse, comme Willow, fausse lito. Pour la photo Nabil. Ah, tous les comme Willow, fausse équipe.
Doesn't it not matter what you tell him because he doesn't know, right? Let's see. There's 5 different answers.
Oh, mali, fisinagonila. Pour la photo Nabil. Ole voce, wambayo, solo.
For the ladies. Do you have more?
Oh, ni sogega Willow.
Where'd you get these swimsuits?
Solo fate. Ah, tous les comme Willow, fausse comme Willow, fausse lito. Pour la photo Nabil.
We must collect all the bathing. You see what I mean? Like we're collecting the suits over again in other outfits. But it would, yeah, that's something they could have easily done going into New Game Plus. Since the outfits are still available to be claimed, they're not giving alternate rewards in New Game Plus. But what they could have done, which would have been really cool, is to give us the same outfits, but give us like alternate colors, alternate variants. And that every time you do New Game Plus, you get a new random color for every outfit you end up acquiring. That would have been so cool. That would have been so cool. Instead, we end up just picking up the same stuff. And it even tells us what we acquired it, even though we already had it. speaking of, what weapon did I acquire of you? I see. Any others? Alright. What do we have to do? Just jump in the water? Yeah, see, he wants a swimsuit.
What?
Oh, Alright, we did that. We can't swim. Alright, well, Sprong's gonna have to wait. We still gotta get the stone. We gotta get our swimming stone still. Which means we gotta go to... We gotta go to the cliffs. Is there anything else we can or should be doing before we head to the cliffs? Let's see, where can we go? Can we go here? We've been to the Redwoods, Small Virgin. Can we go to the Yellow Harvest? I think we can. Can we do all of these? I don't think we can do all of them. But I think we can do the Yellow Harvest. This is just a record, isn't it? This location. I guess we could still go get it, though. Oh, look at this thing. There's something we never picked up back there. I'm pretty sure we fought these guys. Did we? Maybe we didn't. Can we sneak behind you guys? Excuse me. Ah, shoot! Dang it. I did not mean to do that.
À moi de jouer.
That's my bad.
À moi de jouer.
Que l'encre coule. Pigment.
Finesse et grâce. Arme feu sur moi. À couvert.
Too early. Too early.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Pigment.
Qu'est-ce qu'on a là? Oh, génial.
Alright, we're gonna go see if we can do Yellow Harvest. Then we'll... How long have we been streaming? See if we can knock out Yellow Harvest if we have access. And then we'll do Stonewave Cliffs. What else do we have access to over here?
Virgile, expédition 62. Eugène a été le premier à arriver à 100 créatures abattues, mais j'en suis déjà à 99. Je vais peut-être partir chasser en solo pour le rattraper. Non, j'entends un gros névron qui approche, et il compte double. Si je le tue vite, je passerai devant.
Ate grindavi.
Let's go ahead and get him anyways. But yeah, it's funny. So yeah, like the Bun Braid isn't Verso's Bun Braid? Didn't we get that in Verso's drafts? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think we have access to these areas up here until we get... Possibly not until we get flight. Alright, Yellow Harvest. I feel like I remember this one taking a bit of time. Let's see. We will see.
Ce névron est grand comme la montagne.
Est-ce qu'il la mange?
Is it eating the mountain? Never really looks like it. It's kind of just chilling up there. Just chilling. Ah. Watch where you step.
Ate grindavik monitoroli. What? Wila foserito corona maki putura kinasado.
I mean, that seems kind of hostile. Eating the landscape. I don't know if there was confirmation about that. Are we to assume that the whole point of these Nevrons is to just start getting rid of the land? And if there's no more land, possibly. Well, this is a little virgin looking guy, isn't it? these guys. How do we get up there? Can I just jump up there? You can do it, Lune. You can do it, Lune. Alright.
Flamme! Obéissez-moi! Par le feu!
Quelle chance. Prête. Essaie pour voir.
Prête à esquiver. Prête à esquiver. Une tempête approche.
See what I mean? Like, we just got an upgraded version of that weapon. Not that we use that weapon. But yeah, it does make me feel like we can't skip anybody.
Quelle chance.
Que l'homme coucou.
Je suis prête. En garde.
Eh. Eh. Eh.
Le feu. Survie, s'il te plaît. En défense.
La mort est mon ami.
Nada. Nada, nada, nada.
Prête.
La chroma coule à flot.
I know I talked about the balance. When we find another flag, I might bump it to 50. I guess we'll just go back to this one. We're pretty close to it. Are we? Actually, maybe we're not. Where's our last flag? I don't know. I don't know. We'll do it on the next one. Wherever the next one happens to be. Right here. Alright. Let's test it. Yeah. I forgot how cool Yellow Harvest was. Yellow Harvest is a great level too. I mean, there's so many great areas in general in this game.
Yeah!
So many relaxing areas.
À moi de jouer.
Éléments convergés. La chroma coule à flot.
Might have been the right call.
La chroma coule à flot.
At least it's making these guys more interesting. A little bit more interesting. To Skybreak or not to Skybreak? That is the question. Even on times 50? Good God. Well, it made it interesting for a moment. Genesis with that weapon is just too crazy. These guys are really just that crazy weak. This is insane, man. Their health is way too low for New Game Plus. We've got them on times 50 now. What do we need, to bump it to times 100?
Quelle chance! C'est parti!
Éléments convergés.
Par le feu. Dansons. En défense.
Fais attention. C'est parti.
Stabbed me right in my gut. Man, we need some lower level. We did have the reduction. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to put it back on her. Yeah, we probably need to do that.
La mort est son ami.
Voilà notre chance. Ta dernière heure est arrivée. Pigment en lit.
Need multi-hits. We should have just used Lune. That's the interesting contrast between the two, though. So we're only doing single hits. Like, is it even worth? It's the only thing we can do with her. Other than this.
Leur défense faiblisse. Tu ne m'échapperas pas.
Attention, Maël.
Fais gaffe. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. prête. J'ai vu ton avenir.
Porte de la chroma, ouvrez-vous!
I guess we're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens when we finally get to a boss.
Sympa.
I am curious, what did we remove from her? AP discount is what I want back on her. I need 30 points. Augmented count. All the the base attacks that we put on her is only interesting with this particular weapon. I mean, with the AP bonus on that, probably won't matter as much. So that's what we're primarily using her for. Definitely at the moment. Once we hit up a boss fight, maybe that might be different.
Nicolas, Expédition 44. L'idée était qu'il suffisait de berner le premier. Ensuite, Jules pourrait se cacher dans sa carcasse pour attirer le suivant, et ainsi de suite, jusqu'à ce qu'on ait tous de quoi se dissimuler. Sauf que se déguiser en Évron s'est avéré totalement inefficace. Peut-être sont-ils capables de se reconnaître à leur chroma. Quoi qu'il en soit, cela a été un échec total. À toutes les expéditions qui suivraient nos traces, évitez de perdre votre temps à essayer de vous déguiser en Évron. Ça ne marche pas.
So good. I can smell you.
Que l'homme coule. tempête approche. Ta dernière heure est arrivée.
Faisons couler l'encre. Flamme, obéissez-moi.
C'est parti. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
We should probably get rid of the final path. I don't think we really need it.
La chroma coule à flot.
Yeah, we should have just bumped her, shouldn't we have? Let's see, without any bumps at all. Let's see what this does. Enough. The answer is enough. Mime will be an interesting test. But, I mean... Yeah, we haven't even broken a mime yet, I don't think. Mile always ends up getting through it.
La chroma coule à flot. Ta dernière heure est arrivée.
Flamme, obéissez-moi. En garde. Le feu.
Que l'ombre coule. Par le feu. Prépare-toi à mourir. Éléments convergés.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Une tempête approche. Ta dernière heure est arrivée.
I guess we're gonna see. He doesn't mark though. That would be the one way to go forward, but we can't go off this turn. Yeah, it's just gonna come down with Mael when it comes to the mimes. We can't break them. We're not getting them any to level of breaking. Lune might have a chance if we switched back to Esquim.
Jouer. Bon.
How much does her lightning dance cost? Still probably too much. We'd have 6. Yeah, we could try. Oh no, that's right, we have 8. Alright, let's see. Let's see. The problem is that subtraction.
La chroma.
Okay, no, we're good. Just to try something different. The mark back on you.
Que la foudre se mette à danser. La mort, mon ami. Une tempête approche. Prépare-toi à mourir.
Pas aujourd'hui.
Tu ne m'échapperas pas.
Bonne pioche. La chroma coule flot.
Je suis prête. Viens. Lame affûtée. Sors de ce tableau.
Yeah, but beyond the power hits, it's probably going to end up becoming problematic. I want to fight at least one boss to see, but you can already kind of feel like it's going to end up going that route. So the 20 balance was probably the correct call. That's super sad, man. Yeah, so okay, so he's admitting that Clea created these large ones just to mess up the world. Destroy it, disrupt it. We missed a path. I mean, we have the middle to go up to. I feel like I missed a path. I don't know. We're going up though. We're going up. boss arena? Alright, this will be our test. Now the claim that Luna is using right now, this glaze would be a great one to use for it.
On détruit leur bouclier. Finesse et grâce. Lame, obéissez-moi.
Une tempête approche.
Been a good kind of block.
Une tempête approche.
Because yeah, doesn't glaze normally absorb earth?
Quelle chance! À moi de jouer.
Shoot. Dang it, that sucks. This would have been perfect if I had... Why didn't I pre-prep her? With... I should have, that sucks.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
We're gonna try it without Virtuos. See how much we do.
Sors de ce tableau.
Not bad. I don't know what kind of roll we did.
Dansons.
Ow.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
La chroma coule flou.
Que la foudre se mette à danser.
Ta dernière heure est arrivée. Bonne pioche.
C'est parti. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Ça peut faire mal.
See, that first shot makes me think like it cancels it out. Her bump with this weapon. The fact that it does so much, but none of the follow-ups do. Unless it's a countering design for just like something like free shots. But yeah, that first one was... What did it do? Like, the first one did like 400? Something like that, and every subsequent shot was 100. I think it only counts for the first hit. I don't know. We would have to test it without roulette to be positive.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Quelle chance! Que l'encre coule.
Faites attention. C'est parti.
À moi de jouer. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
I was actually going to test it right now. We're just under. We have to shoot him. It's, yeah, see, like, you're clearly getting a bonus from the weapon for that first free shot. Here, we'll shoot him again. We'll even see. Yeah. I don't know. It's gotta be.
Sors de ce tableau!
I have no idea how much we did just then. How much did we do just... What should we just do?
Nous ouvrons le chemin.
Well, the 50 boost was really good for that boss. At the very least. But I don't know how good of an example Glaze is. Okay, this is the exit. We're not done. There's a couple things we've missed. I'm just gonna, well, I don't know. So we can have it ramped up if that is correct, that only her first hit with this weapon counts for Mael, then we need to, if we're gonna take advantage of CL's double damage, we have to make sure that we're hitting right out the gate. Mael's got to have a full stack of 9 going into her turn, and preferably the boss has to have a mark on them.
Julien, de la 59. Répugnant.
L'or est débile. J'arrive pas à croire qu'elle ait réussi à convaincre les autres de bouffer ce névron. Résultat, ça fait des heures qu'ils dégueulent leur boyau. Génial. Impossible de continuer à aller de l'avant, avec autant de malades dans nos rangs. Je lui ai dit et répété que c'était une mauvaise idée, mais non! Avec un peu de chance, un bon bouillon de champignons devrait leur faire du bien. Julien, de la 50.
Poor bastards. These are very pretty mushrooms. Isn't there a chromatic boss somewhere in here? Jump down. You're confusing it with another area. I feel like there's a couple of side paths we haven't done. Did we go up there? Is that where we talked to the boy? Let me jump down. Give me a shortcut. Oh no, yeah, we've definitely missed a side path somewhere. Okay, this is where we talk to the boy. To Verso. Yeah, where have we not gone? Why do I feel like I remember going that side path somewhere up top? Yeah, I think this is connected too. This is part of the same area. There's definitely a chromatic boss over there that we've missed. I just don't remember how to get to them. It's like the, those tower guys with the hay faces. They're over here, aren't they? Just gotta figure out how to get back there. Let's see. Oh, is it the bloody hole over here? Are we supposed to drop down right here? Yes. Ah, bloody hell, we came over here. When'd you guys get here? It is unfortunate that we have to basically go back all the way around. Because I remember this completely now, that we have to go all the way back around again to get out of here. This is something we should have done first before fighting Glaze, I guess.
Je m'en occupe. Attention!
Ow.
Debout.
Hey, subject. How is it going? Happy Saturday and welcome back.
Une tempête approche.
So yeah, we're gonna do a proper test on this. We need a mark. Let's try to get a mark on this middle guy. Come on. Alright. Bloody hell. Alright, we should have the weapons. 250 bonus. We should have Virtuos 200. And we should have double from CL. We're not taking any pop shots to start with.
Sors de ce tableau.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. It's gotta be the first shot only. I don't know. The problem is that roulette kind of makes you second guess it, but I think this weapon is dependent on the first hit only with that bonus. It's gotta be.
L'âme, obéissez-moi.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Je suis prête.
Pretty good subject. We're messing around. We've bumped up all enemy health to times 50 now. And I feel like this is probably where we need to be. I was wondering if the balance was too flopped, but I think we're gonna settle on times 50 for the moment. I say that, but the problem is that are you then becoming solely dependent on your power hits and nothing else? Does it become too silly? if you're buffing their health so much.
Prépare-toi à mourir.
See, none of them have marks. So we're gonna show it right here. 65, then 16, 98. I guess the comparison would have been the fact that it didn't have a mark.
Dernière chance. Sors de ce tableau.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's a mistake. I go back and forth because the times 50 was fine on Glaze. It's okay on these guys, but yeah, if we're having to solely depend on like Mael's heavy hits, it kind of makes the battles a little less interesting.
Par le feu.
Too early. Sails out.
Une tempête approche. Éléments, convergez! Que l'on se coule. Prépare-toi à mourir.
L'âme affûtée.
See, that might have just been a really bad roll right there. We didn't have the mark. We had no mark, but we should have had a full 9 on that boost, along with the double damage from CL.
Je suis prête.
Tel le phénix.
Éléments, convergez!
Sors de ce tableau.
Yeah, that had to have been a really bad roll. If we wanted to do like a definitive test, we would have to take off roulette. Because we were getting the fire. We were getting the fire. We had a mark. We had Virtuos. We had Ciel. And we should have also had the SKA bonus.
le feu. Prête.
Obviously, roulette, though, when it does hit on something like that, it's gonna hit crazy hard.
Bonne pioche.
Danger.
Sur moi.
Pigment tombé. La chroma coule.
Ça va faire mal. Dernière chance. La danse commence.
Bad. That was pretty bad.
Quelle chance. À moi de jouer.
Une tempête approche. Éléments convergés.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Prête.
La mort, mon ami.
En garde.
Une tempête approche.
Porte de la chroma. Ouvrez-vous.
De l'encre coule. Faites attention.
Si on parlait. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Ça va mieux. Finesse et grâce.
Yeah, so was that too long? Too reliant? Or we're not able to do more spread? Thing is that we're probably going to have to switch Lune back to the other weapon. I mean, this could be a circumstantial thing. Obviously, against somebody like Glaze, maybe it makes sense to stay on Claim. But, I don't know. Alright, what's the easiest way to get out of here? Do we go back to Claim... to Glaze's arena? Maybe. But yeah, we might have to put it back down to 20. Just accept that 20 is going to be the balance. We got more interesting fights from the lower enemies. And I would even say Glaze was not too bad either, but I don't know. It is a very strange balance. Where are we? Where are we? Oh, there we are.
Intéressant.
How do we feel about these areas where you go inside and there's just a record inside? Would it have been better for them just to simply had a record sitting out here, so you're not thinking that you are going into a new area, a genuine area that you actually get to explore? I know that there was that bit of a disappointing factor, right? When the first time around I played it, I was like, oh, what is this new place that we're going to get to go to? Or this is a place that we finally have access to. And then you go inside and it's just a single area with a record in it. And you're like, oh. Alright. So, yeah, it almost feels like, honestly, if it's... I don't know, unless they... Were they just wanting to build some extra levels? I don't know, maybe it could have been cut time. Maybe they were wanting to build extra levels, and then they were like, we don't have time to flesh out all of these, so, well, we'll just keep what we've built and put a record in it? I don't know, maybe something like that. But, yeah, I feel like I would probably have rather just had it been like, oh, a record is sitting over here. So that way you're not thinking you're actually going into a new explorable area. I had similar disappointment with the glowing spots in the water. I assumed that when we were going to gain the ability for diving with Esquier, that those were going to be brand new areas that you were going to have to dive down underwater to get somewhere. So I thought those were going to be new areas too, and they just turned out to be Lumina spots. We talked to you. So yeah, I would say that would be my one critique about having enterable areas that are just a single location with a record in it, is that it makes you think that you're about to go into an explorable area, and then it's kind of disappointing. Right. It's a tease. That's exactly it. It's a tease to a potential area that would have been fun to explore. But alas, just a record. And yeah, you're right. They have icons on the map too. Look at all this freaking stuff. We can get the anniversary hair for Gustav too. Sure, why not? Let's get all this stuff. Even though it kind of feels pointless. Alright, yeah, we gotta decide whether or not we want to keep the health buff where it currently is, or if that's just gonna make things unnecessarily prolonged on certain boss fights. We might just have to accept that some of the lower enemies are they're gonna take longer. And we might switch back to Gustav for our backup for the time being, especially if this is going to be his send-off. Here, this will be a good test. Let's fight this virgin with the times 50.
Je suis prête.
Chase puzzles. A boss fight would have been good. At the very least, putting a boss... Honestly, that would have been a good middle ground. If it was a situation where maybe they wanted to put more areas, more explorable areas, and they ran out of time, putting at least one boss in each of those areas that you had to fight to get the records probably would have been a decent middle ground. Yeah, for sure. Not an explorable area, but at least there's something more significant inside. So that would have been fun. Yeah. And you figure probably easy enough to do. tiny. They do. They are pretty cool. I went into photo mode in almost all of them, and they're really neat. There's some very interesting looking side areas that are just the one camera angle with the record inside. There's a lot of neat looking places. The graveyard one, the sword graveyard's really nice. There's one with like a purple hue with the partial moons. The eclipses off in the distance too, that looks really nice. And then you had that one that's like an old gestural town.
Par le feu.
Too early.
Prête à frapper fort.
We skipped Gustav.
Dernière chance. L'âme affûtée. Finesse et grâce. Ok. La danse commence.
I wasn't paying attention again.
Dernière chance. Faisons couler l'encre. Sors de ce tableau.
I have to assume that was a bad roll again.
Attention, Maël.
They do. I wish their lips moved when they talked during the fight in general. But yeah, I've been really enjoying her French voice actor.
L'âme. Obéissez-moi.
Laisse-moi t'aider. Prépare-toi.
Prête à parer. Survie, s'il te plaît.
Prépare-toi.
Dernière chance. Prête à frapper fort. Gustave, ne meurs pas.
pour ceux qui viendront après.
Ça va faire mal. Flamme, obéissez-moi. Par le feu.
Que l'encre coule. Éléments convergés. Une tempête approche.
Laisse-moi t'aider.
Dernière chance. L'âme affûtée. Sors de ce tableau.
You got another Galderum. You got another one. I can't decide. I can't decide. I feel like when we go from boss to boss to boss, and like I cannot for the life of me decide. Go home.
Appréciable.
I think we are gonna go back to our Esquim. It's more fun. It's more fun than claim.
Je suis fatiguée. On pourrait pas dresser le camp ici?
Sure. Yeah, this is the one. They're standing in front of the, But are we seeing, like, multiple different time frames in this vision? Them standing in front of the 100, we can assume is the initial fracture, but when was he killing those expeditioners? Was that Julie or the expeditioners on Julie's crew? Julie's expedition?
Je vois pourquoi tu aimes lancer des pierres.
Tu es bien calme depuis que tu as vu ces gens.
On aurait dit qu'il me connaissait. Qu'il me connaissait personnellement. Je comprends rien à ce qui se passe. J'ai l'impression de n'avoir jamais rien compris. Comme si je passais toujours à côté de ce qui est évident pour tout le monde, sauf pour moi. À Lumière, ma vie n'avait aucun sens. Et j'avais ma place nulle part. Mais ici, alors que je commençais à aller mieux, tout ça arrive.
Ouais. Moi aussi, je déteste ça. Les choses qu'on ne comprend pas. Face à elle, on se sent tout petit et impuissant. Mais ça m'aide, tu sais, de me concentrer sur ce que je comprends. Sur les personnes à qui je tiens et qui tiennent à moi. Et comme ça, je me sens moins perdu, parce qu'au moins, on est perdus ensemble. Quoi? Hé, j'en fais trop, c'est ça? Non. En tout cas, si ça peut t'aider, j'étais plus perdu que ça à 16 ans.
On m'a dit que c'était surtout parce que tu ne pensais qu'aux filles.
C'est vrai, mais tu sais quoi? Les filles ne pensaient pas à moi du tout.
Ça, je veux bien le croire.
Ouais. Tu peux me parler, tu sais. On est une famille. Selon les documents officiels.
Ouais, bah, ces documents disent sûrement qu'on est mort maintenant. Alors?
Ouais, il y a des chances. Ouh, joli coup.
Je sais.
Avec cette confiance, je t'ai dit, c'était passable.
J'ai eu un bon prof. Non.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know, I probably just wasn't paying attention close enough. I was wondering if it had been further down the line. Because if the slaughter of Julie's expedition took place within that first year, then that means, yeah, that means them discovering they were immortal. I don't know. I guess I figured all of that stuff started happening further down the line. Them discovering that they were immortal, Julie and the expedition, because obviously none of them at that time had to worry about the Gamage, because that was way further down the line, and we can assume that they didn't even know about it yet, the age thing. But yeah, if we can assume that what we saw was a vision taking place around the same time, which is that he was slaughtering the expedition, and then him and Alicia standing on the banks looking at the 100 on the monolith. I do find it odd that they called themselves Expedition Zero. Because I assumed this entire time. That's why I thought that vision wasn't from Expedition Zero. I thought we were seeing, like, possibly a future vision or something. And I just assumed that the reason why they called themselves Expedition Zero was because the monolith had 0 or 00 on it. And then it switched to 99. But nope. Apparently, I guess you could assume possibly the first expedition, maybe they named it 0. And at the time, maybe they thought they were going to go... I don't know. I guess there is no real train of thought why you would even call it Expedition 0 at all. Other than the fact that there would be the number on the monolith. Because you could say that before they found out that it was going to tick down to 99, then maybe you could assume that they called themselves Expedition 0, and then they were going to say Expedition 1 afterwards. Well, why would you call it Expedition 0 at all? You know what I mean? Like, it's a weird name to call it. How's it going, Winter? Welcome to the stream. It's a lot of fill in the blank situations, because I feel like the easiest explanation for them to call themselves Expedition 0 is if the monolith said 0 or 00. Then it's like a no-brainer. they don't know what's going on, but they see 0 on the monolith, and then they go, well, let's just call ourselves Expedition 0. We don't know what it means, but we'll call ourselves Expedition 0 because it says that. But now that now that I know the monolith said 100 at the time, if you didn't think that you were going to be going on any more expeditions, it just doesn't. It's choosing the number 0 also is kind of perplexing. Like, why would you call your expedition 0 at all? What made you decide to do that? You know what I mean? Like, there's a little bit of a lapse of logic there on why you would decide to call your expedition 0 to begin with, outside of the fact that the monolith would have displayed 0. But why would they think it would sound cool? It's very odd. It's very odd. The simplest explanation apparently doesn't make sense when the monolith displayed 100. Let's call ourselves Expedition 0. But because then we have to assume that maybe that was just a coincidence that they called it 0, and then when the next year rolled around and it's displayed 99, then they decided, okay, well now we're going to start, if we do start sending out expeditions, we'll send them based on the number. But then again, do we know at what point did they start sending more expeditions? The first expedition makes sense. It's supposed to be the search and rescue expedition. They were simply trying to figure out what happened with the fracture, trying to look for survivors. That expedition makes sense. At what point did they decide we're going to start actually sending expeditions every year as the monolith starts ticking down? Like, we don't know that there's a 99, right? There's no 99 expedition that we know about, do we? So it's possible they could have had a search and rescue, which just coincidentally happened to be called Expedition 0. But then maybe they didn't start doing regular expeditions until so many years later. Well, we know that at the very least there's an 84. Do we know any higher numbers than that? What is the highest number? We could assume that whatever highest number we have a record of would be the first expedition that went out beyond Expedition 0. That's got to be on the wiki, right? Is 84 the highest beyond 0 that we know of? Yeah, I guess so. I guess 84 is the highest one. That's not, so it's not too different than what I hypothesized when we did the first playthrough, which is, at what point do they start deciding to send regular expeditions? At what point does it make sense? 84 is not a terrible, so 16 years later, yeah, we can assume that once they started noticing that there seems to be some of their older citizens started disappearing on the same day that the number was changing. So you'd have to wonder, though. I mean, it's possible they could have sent out more people to explore beyond Expedition 0, but maybe they just didn't call them Expedition anything or numbers yet. But yeah, it's still crazy to me that all of that happened within the first year. That the painted variants discovered that they were immortal. That he fell in love with Julie and then slaughtered. Because I was thinking that because there was no known danger of the Gamage, that happened later on. Because he talks about him and Renoir returning to Lumiere, and then at some point going back. So I don't know. I guess I thought maybe all of that with Julie happened way later on. But I guess not. It all happened within the first year, which is nuts. Right. Yeah, if they did do any more exploring beyond Expedition Zero, you would think there'd be some recordings or some records of it. But if there are, we don't know about it. So I guess we have to assume that Renoir and Verso, if they were the only ones that returned from Expedition Zero, maybe they just warned everybody that there were no survivors. They couldn't find anybody. And the rest of their expedition got slaughtered from unknown creatures. Is that basically what happened, as far as we know? And then nobody returned until they just started realizing that the Gamage was happening every year. I mean, Verso returned. We know Verso did return. Left Lumiere at some point. What about Verso and statues? There's statues of Verso and Lumiere? Are there? Are those tall ones? I don't know. Is that who those tall statues are? Is it supposed to be Verso? Who's the other one? Are they both Versos? I mean, I think a lot of the expeditions were quite large. I mean, you have to assume they were. I think even Expedition 33 was super large. Well, see, I didn't know about this. I didn't know the statues were a Verso. It's possible that Verso and Renoir, when they returned, maybe they were seen as I don't know, brave heroes that ventured off that direction and came back and helped rebuild Lumiere. I don't know. But yeah, as far as the size of the expeditions go, we know that the expeditions were huge, just based on the bodies that we found. But the expeditions in general were really big, just based on the amount of bodies that we saw from Expedition 33. So they must have been there must be plenty of volunteers that are going every year, because yeah, the size of the expeditions are crazy. But yeah, it is reasonable to assume that as soon as they discovered what was happening with the Gamages and they decided, okay, we're setting out and to put a stop to this. Clearly, this Paintress person who keeps changing the numbers is killing off our people. So yeah, it would be reasonable that they would probably have like a decent number of volunteers that effectively go to war, right? So yeah, 84 probably would have been pretty big. But yeah, like just based on the amount of bodies that we keep finding, the battlefield and even Expedition 33, they send a lot of people regularly. Yeah, this is New Game Plus. Hence my funny outfits. Although I guess I could have gotten these outfits before beating the game. Following once expeditions went out. And see, that's a good question too. We don't know like the health status of Lumerians. But I guess that comes down to the Paintress. How did Aline... Were people in this canvas very healthy? How old did people live? How old did people live for in this canvas, the people that she created. We can assume that she probably created them to live like an average life, like they were in real life. You have to assume that's probably the case. Yeah, I like the Clea. That's why we ended up picking Clea's look for Lune. It just looks good on her when the way she flies around. Well, are you assuming that only old people were going on the expeditions? I assume, especially once they got to the point where they realized the Gamage was happening, and they're assuming that the Paintress is the one causing it. So they're like, we're setting sail to put a stop to this. I would assume there would probably be like a bunch of able-bodied people that all volunteered to effectively create an army to go after her. Even though I guess the smart thing to do would be to send out scouts. By that point, I guess you have Verso and Renoir was probably back, right? But they did join future expeditions. Do we know the time frame that... This is why the whole being immortal thing confuses me if they discovered that they were immortal within the first year. Because at some point, Renoir decides that if the Paintress is removed, that he would cease to be immortal? Although I don't think that's actually necessarily the truth. I guess he figured that the lower Renoir would maybe get rid of them. I'm a little confused on that too. But Verso describes it as him and his father would help out future expeditions to some degree. And then at some point painted Renoir as like, you know what, we're just going to start... Or he came to the realization that if they took down the Paintress, it could stop his immortality, and so he decided to stop helping the expeditions. And going even further, he decided to start wiping out expeditions. Yeah. Yeah, the battlefield... above all else. Never mind the bodies we find. There's tons of bodies elsewhere that we find too. But yeah, the battlefield is just insane with the amount of people. So you're thinking the Paintress created the statues? I mean, the Lumierans could have created the statues. I still don't know. I still haven't looked at them. So the statues at the very beginning of the game, they're Verso statues? Do we know that for a fact? Or do they just look like them? Here, I want to look at a picture of them now. Why does everybody... So why do people think that those statues are of Verso and not just Expeditioner statues? Yeah, I figured those are the statues that you were talking about. I just assumed that those were just general Expeditioner statues. I mean, they could be somebody... They could be based on somebody important, I guess. But there's nothing about them that shouts Verso to me. They just look like normal dudes. And I would have figured that these would have been built by the I would have assumed that these were built by the Lumierans. Because they're positioned right where, like, you can see the monolith off in the distance, right in between them two. So I figured that this was some kind of, like, you know, come, join the expedition, and we're gonna go off that direction type of situation. So it makes sense to me that they would have built those statues there as like the traditional we put an expedition together. Like they could be statues that just simply honor the fallen. Well, she wouldn't have. She painted her family so she could live with them. She wanted her family there in the canvas to be with her. Presumably, right? That was the whole reason she painted her family, so she could have her family with her. It was her weird way of dealing with grief. Not only painting a copy of Verso, but I guess to have the rest of her family there to be with her. And the weird resentment that comes with the fact that she painted Alicia in her burnt self and not her like her previous self. Well, yeah, I'm not talking about Renoir, the real Renoir. I'm talking about painted Renoir. Painted Renoir and Verso at some point discovered that they're immortal. If we're going by that vision, we can assume... Oh, we don't... No, absolutely not. We know that... You can almost guarantee, like, assume that she was. Aline, before real Renoir came into the painting to get her out and caused the fracture, you can assume Aline was just hanging out in Lumiere with her painted family and the other Lumiereans that she created. Presumably she came into the canvas, created Lumiere, created the people, created her painted family version, and she was just having a grand old time. And then at some point, real Renoir entered the canvas and was like, you need to come home. And she's like, nah, that's not happening. And so he ended up fighting her, which caused the fracture to happen. And then the next X number of years, she's trying to protect the Lumiereans from dying while he's trying to gomage them. But yeah, no, my talking about like Renoir, the painted Renoir, I am just slightly confused on time frames for everything. We know that at some point, painted Renoir, painted Verso, discover that they are painted, discover that they are immortal. I thought that was further down the line. But if we're assuming that the vision where they're standing in front of the 100 monolith corresponds to the slaughter of Expedition Zero, that means they discovered it really early on. Which I guess maybe ties together correctly. Because I think Verso mentions that he knew he was immortal when he returned to Lumiere with Renoir, and then at some point they decided they needed to go back. But then we also know that Renoir and Verso helped with future expeditions, which means it wasn't until later on down the line that Renoir came to a conclusion that their immortality may be tied to the Paintress, and so he didn't want the Paintress to be removed. I mean, that has to be the explanation, because from a bunch of journals, it made it out that Renoir and Verso were helping expeditions. But yeah, my original assumption was that Renoir and Verso were helping expeditions, but then at some point, amidst helping the expeditions, they then discovered they were immortal, and then that's what caused Renoir to stop helping expeditions and instead want to protect the Paintress. But that can't be what happened, because they discovered they were immortal apparently within the first year of the fracture. I guess, unless the visions are separated, it's possible. Maybe the visions were very separated. I don't know. It's a lot of stuff to ponder that we don't have any solidified information on. We only have like what we can go by in the journals and in the visions. Yeah, so I'm seeing that people have discussed that they think the statues are Verso-like. I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to assume they're not. I'm going to assume they're just general expedition, honorary expedition statues. Statues honoring expedition members past and future. Especially in the way that they're positioned. Because I even saw other expedition members that looked similar to Verso, let alone these statues looking similar to Verso. Remember I joked that we came across cosplay Verso and cosplay CL amongst the Expedition 33 members before they got wiped out. Okay, so this person's saying that... Okay, so I found another thread saying that the statue's name is called the Lumiere Verso statue? Like, that's what they named the model? Is that what the file name is called? It does say that. Yeah, it's in this guy's artist portfolio. It says the name of the JPEG is called Lumiere Verso statue. That could be confirmation. I don't know. That's tough to say. That is tough to say. But it would mean that someone decided to honor him. I don't know. So yeah, maybe it could be. If they are supposedly statues of Verso, then I guess maybe. I guess I could show you guys what I'm looking at. Yeah, it's this ArtStation link right here that somebody posted, where the artist who worked on the game titled it Verso statue. Did anybody else chime in on this? Here, let me see. I would have never thought that it was a Lumiere or a Verso statue. I would have figured it was just a generic expedition statue. Oh, that's interesting. But how do they know this? So one person's insinuating that one statue is Verso and one is Simon. Now, that is very interesting because that could actually lead back to the possibility of it simply being that the Lumiere people built the statues to honor them when they returned. If Verso returned with Renoir and told everybody the tales, brought back journals, and said, oh, the expedition died honorably, but there are no survivors, etc., etc. But we encountered all sorts of, you know, creatures and stuff. Here, let me go. All right, so there it is, right there. So yeah, this specific image is from one of the artists, environmental artists, and he titled the image Verso statue. But yeah, somebody else in this same thread seems to be suggesting that one statue's Verso and one is Simon, which is more interesting. See, I mean, there's so many characters in this game that look alike. I was wondering for a long time whether or not Verso and frickin' Gustav might end up being the same person. I don't think a lot of the models are distinct enough to be able to tell from looking at a statue. To me, personally. But if the artist is saying it's a Verso statue, then fine, you know. We could use that as confirmation. But yeah, if the idea is that one is Verso and one is Simon, we could possibly assume that these are statues that was built by the Lumerians to honor the search and rescue expedition that happened. Which is quite the honor, I guess. That would put him in the light. That would lead more of a good reason for him to want to return after it was apparent that he wasn't aging. Him and Renoir end up returning back. Because shoot, man, that means he was famous. Right. I was wondering if we were going to get some Dark. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the German TV show Dark. That's a time travel, dimensional travel show. If you've not seen it, I guess, and you want to go into completely blind, I was kind of disappointed by the end of it. But I was assuming this is where this story was going to go, and it was going to turn out to be like, yeah, it was going to turn out to be some kind of time rift situation with Mael and Alicia and Gustav and Renoir and Verso. Well, we have no idea what Verso told them when they came back. It could be anything. If that's Verso and Simon, then yeah, they could have. Verso could have come back and told them all sorts of crazy stories. Said, we tried to find people, we couldn't find anybody, we didn't find any survivors. We did find crazy creatures that we fought, and you know what I mean? History is written by the winners situation. So I guess if him and Renoir spun a gallant, amazing tale about their expedition, yeah, it could be that. Beyond my thought, which was just that these are just statues honoring expedition members, I guess. Yeah, maybe they're statues honoring the first expedition. Yeah, Dark, see, I had the same opinion. Dark is great because it had some of the best laid out rule set that I've ever seen in a time travel story. One of the best. There are some other really, really good ones out there, but it's definitely one of the best. It had so many wonderfully laid out rules for how time travel should work and dimensional travel should work. But I don't know if it's because they got canceled. Netflix is like, you're done for this season, to where they're like, we don't know how to end this. So all like the really good rules that they had laid out in the show Dark, they kind of just threw them out the window for the finale. And you're like, oh, okay, it's over. But that's totally what I had in my mind when I was going into this story. It was like, man, are we dealing with some kind of time travel, dimensional travel, rift stuff? It didn't turn out to be the case, which is good, because that means I was completely wrong on some of my predictions in this game, and the actual story that it turned out to be was fascinating. And see, that's the problem, too. Like, we don't know enough about Expedition Zero and what all happened, especially with the amount that Verso ends up, like, lying about stuff. And I don't even know what kind of story that they end up telling. But for all we know, I mean, do we know when those statues were built? Possibly not. So those statues could have been built even way later on down the line. Maybe after Verso's helping future expeditions. Maybe they find out that Simon slayed an Axon, and then future expeditions brought back that information and they built the statues to honor them. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? I'm assuming Verso killed Julie along with the other expedition members. Right? Isn't that what we found out? That Verso and Renoir basically ended up killing all of Expedition Zero? With the exception of Simon? That is true. Verso is vain. It would be super silly if he was like, we need to get a statue made of me. Yeah. I want to say his journal said as much, didn't it? Expedition Zero ended up capturing him. And then he ended up, I guess, just killing them to not risk it. Yeah, and I think it was him and Renoir. It was both of them. I'm assuming the whole family. Maybe even Alicia may have participated. I don't know. The painted ones. But that's why I was saying, like, I'm a little confused about the whole Renoir and Verso helping future expeditions. If all of this stuff about them finding about their immortality and all that stuff happened within the first year. So yeah, I'm a little confused on like, yeah, I don't really understand it. I figured that was something way like decades later that Renoir. Like I said, I guess it's possible that they could have still discovered that they were immortal within the first year, and then maybe later on, years later. Can we read that journal again? Unless, was that part of the reason why Renoir and Verso killed off Expedition Zero? Other than the fact that I think Julie essentially was threatening to warn Lumiere about them. Real Clea at one point or another. Yeah, do we have a time frame on that too? Real Clea at some point took advantage of the fact that Simon was in love with Painted Clea and pretended to be Painted Clea. Yeah, that was definitely a later on thing. Clea was definitely not there at the time of the fracture. She would have come in later on. See, I feel like I remember the journal basically just making it out as if Verso and Renoir feared the rest of Expedition Zero outing them, and that in and out of itself was too much of a danger to them, and so they ended up wiping out the expedition to save their own asses. Does it mean she was there with Zero? I don't know. I don't know if it does. This is why I'm like confused by the time frame of Zero. Let's see, because yeah, when did Simon... She granted Simon the power. How do we know that she was there with him when the fracture happened? I know she's the one who started assisting her father to allow him to actually fight, have a fighting chance against Aline. Let's see what the wiki says about Simon. Because, yeah, Simon fell in love with the painted Clea. Clea, I don't know when she found this out, but she banished painted Clea and then pretended to be painted Clea to Simon. But what would be the time frame that he would have been ended up being trapped down below? Yeah, that's what I mean. She made Nevrons, and she's basically, that's kind of like how she's assisting her father, right? But how do we know that that happened at the same time as the fracture? So did she enter like immediately, and then give him all this assistance immediately? Because Renoir wasn't trapped down below right away. This is something that Aline managed to do to him. I want more backstory to Simon. See, I don't know. I don't think we have a time frame on like how and when Simon met Clea. We can assume maybe they met in Lumiere. So he might have been in love with her. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any kind of time frame on this. The wiki says at some point Clea was abducted by the real Clea, trapped somewhere inside the canvas, where Simon would never be able to reach her. Real Clea then used Simon's grief to manipulate him. She whispered lies into Simon's ear that he had been chosen to restore balance. She bestowed upon him the strength to fell the Axons, so that he would obtain the power necessary to break the barrier that guarded the monolith. Yeah, Simon would be a great character to have like a flashback with. See, I wouldn't have figured Clea would have entered at all, because they needed somebody on the outside. I figured she didn't enter to try to intervene until it had been taking a while for Renoir to come back out. And after it was apparent that... So I assumed that after it was apparent that Renoir was not being successful at retrieving Aline from the painting, then at that point Clea entered to see what the heck was happening. And then she ends up discovering her painted version, which she gets rid of. Discovers Simon, who's in love with the painted version, and she uses him. All of that stuff. So yeah, Clea banished Painted Clea, tricked Simon into thinking that she was the real Clea, sent him on his way to take on the Axons. I'm lost. Why would Clea want Simon to take down the Axons? I thought the Axons were Renoirs. Were they not? Or Clea's? Why in the world would that matter? So, Simon finds out the truth. He's not able to break the barrier. He finds out about the Curator, aka Renoir. He goes off to try to fight Renoir, aka the Curator. But he fails and gets stuck down there. Okay, so the Axons are Aleen's. I mean, that would make sense then. If Aleen created the Axons to help protect her, and Clea was assisting by sending Simon, but then Simon finds out the truth, finds out the Curator is actually the problem, and he goes to try to take down Renoir, the Curator. Yeah, see, I was wondering that too. It definitely does seem that way, because you're right. Because Alicia is the tower one. The Mask Keeper definitely feels like Verso or Renoir, or maybe a combination of both. I don't know. He says a lot of the Mask Keeper says a lot of the same lines that Renoir had said to Verso when he was younger. If each of the Axons are a representation of the family, the Mask Keeper could be Renoir, and then Seren could be Aleen. Unless Seren's... I mean... Honestly, that would make sense. Would Aleen have possibly been the one that, like, created, like, the Esquier toy for Verso? When you defeat the Mask Keeper, he says that was Verso? Because I was wondering if maybe who would be the Axon that Simon killed? Yeah, I'm not sure, because that's where I was like back when we were fighting the Axons. I was starting to... That was still at a time where I was wondering whether or not there were creator-esque people who had different powers to create things. A painter, potentially writers, and then you had like the Seren that had like the sewing, to where I'm like, is there like a group of people that have the power to just create anything into a living being? Because all of Seren's like level was, you know, stuff being sewn and crocheted and whatnot. See, I would have figured that the tower building one would have been a representation of Alicia, because it's supposed to be like she's never been good enough for her father, but she wants to build up and be able to fly, in quotes. And of course, that's where we find Alicia, so I figured that makes sense. What's the tower called? I don't remember. I don't remember. It could be, I guess. The Axon in Old Lumiere, is there any distinctive features of it beyond being just a giant person with long hair? I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of really interesting stuff throughout this story that they didn't solidify that I would love to see it expanded on. But that's the thing. Are they going to expand on it? It depends on where they want to take the story. If they make a sequel and the sequel's just going to end up being about like the writers, this is stuff we're never going to know about what happened in the Canvas. The Canvas and Lumiere has such a fascinating and rich history. The idea that we're never going to see anything from it again is crazy to me. Yes, we have done all optional bosses. I mean, things could be left to the imagination, but there is the potential to expand upon this universe a lot. There's nothing wrong with just leaving it a mystery for a lot of this stuff. But having like a generalized Verso Canvas / Lumiere Bible of history would be nice. Would be nice.
Ça faisait longtemps que je n'avais pas vu d'humain. Vous êtes bien plus petit que dans mon souvenir.
Quand as-tu vu un humain pour la dernière fois?
Oh, c'était mon meilleur ami quand il m'a demandé de l'aider.
Ton meilleur ami est un humain? Mais je croyais que c'était François.
Oui. Ça faisait longtemps que je n'avais pas vu du...
Quand as-tu vu un humain?
Oh.
Ton meilleur ami est...
Oui.
Oui.
Tu te rends compte qu'on a fini par trouver quelqu'un qui aime encore plus les pierres que toi?
I love that it's the same voice for Eskia. It's so good. Yeah. Flashback stories. They could if they wanted to. They could write books. If they wanted to, they could even hire other writers to write books.
On dirait bien, en effet.
J'en viens à me dire qu'Esquier est ton âme sœur.
Esquier a dû vivre tellement de choses au fil des siècles.
Tu comptes l'interroger en long et en large, pas vrai?
Une créature de légende. Tu parles.
But yeah, the more we've talked about where they could potentially go for a sequel, I don't know. Having a sequel, a potential prequel sequel that focuses on the writers, seems like such a good idea, if not an obvious idea. But yeah, at the same time, like, not seeing all these characters again seems crazy. Unless they ended up doing like a trilogy where you do end up having them again, but not until like a third game. Because you could have a second game focused on the writers, find out what's happening on the writer's side, have that maybe lead into what happened with Verso and Alicia. And then you could have a third game where the conflicts merge. And then maybe figure out some way of having these characters. I don't know. I don't know if people would be upset at a sequel not including any of these characters.
J'ai l'impression que tu as un nouveau pote.
Qui? Et sans que je sache comment, il sait que je suis nulle en natation. Quand il a dit ça, ça m'a fait penser à... Tu sais bien.
Oui, je m'en doute. Après la plage, quand je me suis retrouvé seul, j'ai failli...
Je sais.
See, and even something like this, too. See, this subverted my expectations, too. So I wondered, Esquier recognizing Ciel also was making me lean into the possible time rift, dimensional rift theory. But this was a nice twist too. This was a fun twist. Well, you know what I mean. Fun in quotes twist.
Lune te l'a dit?
Non, mais je m'en suis doutée. Et je comprends mieux que quiconque. Tu le sais bien. Je suis heureuse que Lune t'ait retrouvée, avant qu'il soit trop tard. Comme j'ai été retrouvée, moi. J'apprécie que tu sois là.
Moi aussi.
Bonne nuit, Gustave.
Yeah, so, yeah, they did a prequel with the writers, because one thing they could do, if they wanted to, and it turns out the writers also have some kind of creation power at their disposal in the same way the painters do, but possibly different, you could have a story that involves the writers, not give any implication of a timeline or a time frame when it's taking place, and then a twist as the story goes on could be that Alicia shows up at some point during that story. And we find out what the writers and Alicia were getting into. What was going on with that, and what ends up leading into Verso's death. That would be a really, really interesting story to tell. And it honestly, it leaves open the possibility that we could find out something like maybe the painters are the bad guys. Maybe the writers are the good guys. And what exactly was happening with Alicia and the writers? Was the writers just using her to try to get close to her family? Were the writers trying to take down the whole family? And Verso managed to put a stop to it. You know, there's lots of really interesting implications that could be told to a story that leads up to the events of Alicia and Verso and the Desandra family. But yeah, that would be an interesting approach. Yeah, you do a prequel with the writers. Don't let people know the time frame. Just know that you're going to be playing as the writers this time. And then, yeah, for a third movie, then you do a sequel where you've got the two sides merged and you end up coming to a conclusion. But yeah, that does question though. Do you save Verso's drafts, or do you save Verso's canvas for something like an eventual sequel? Do you make it that the canvas survives? Do you make it that there was some way to save the people of the canvas and still destroy the canvas? Isn't there an implication that they talk about, like, bringing people into their own canvas? Didn't we see something, like, somebody mentioned that at some point? Like, you can just go to your own canvas and create this. There's technically, I guess, no reason that a talented painter could do that, even if the canvas in question was destroyed. A painter could go in their own canvas and recreate these people. You then get into the other extra moral quandary. Do the people in Verso's canvas have sentience, have consciousness, have souls? Yes, and so that's what you have to question. If you were to recreate them in your own canvas, would it be the same people? Would you essentially be doing like a soul transference to another canvas? Or are they completely new people a la clones? But in that sense, the same thing has to be pondered even when Mael brings back characters to life. Because the same thing would have to be wondered in your head. When they are removed at Gommage and Mael brings them back even in Verso's canvas, are they the same? Or are they technically new? Well, that's the thing. We don't know. Do painted people have souls? We don't know. Young Verso thinks so. That's exactly what Verso young Verso, the real Verso, his soul of his young self, says exactly that. He believes they all are real people and they all have souls. He implies that Clea does not believe they do. So it becomes this moral question and moral conundrum on painters don't even know necessarily for sure. But again, can you live with yourself destroying and killing off an entire group of people if you don't even know for sure if they are sentient and have souls? Again, not something I'd be willing to have on my conscience. I wouldn't want to. But you would hope, like, I don't know if they would go that route or not. No. Clea, for 100% sure, is supposed to be written as a cold, aloof character, and she's all business. I'm assuming most of this is all Verso's creations. And then Aline just simply came into Verso's world. But there's also implications that Clea made parts of this canvas. Possibly Alicia made parts of this canvas. At the very least, they used to all come into this canvas and hang out and play together. But you can assume that possibly Aline, that this was primarily Verso's world. This was primarily Verso's world. He created the Gestrals. He created, what are the other guys? I'm blanking on their names. The large stone owls. What are they called? Grandis. The Grandis. So, yeah, the Verso probably created Grandis, created the Gestrals, created Esquier. And then Aline came in and she created Lumiere and all the people and her family. And they were there for a very, very long time. If you can consider the fact that the story of the Grand is talking about being with human children and remembering long time ago. So the assumption is that Aline came in here, created Lumiere, and she may have been in here for potentially decades, living with her fake family and the Lumiere, and even having Lumiere people having general interactions with Gestrals and Grandis, and they were all just kind of getting along, presumably, even if Aline might have been going nuts by staying in for so long. And then Renoir, of course, popped in at some point and broke all that apart. Yeah, but see, now we're getting into another topic that isn't completely clear, too. Is it a literal soul, or is it a fragment of just his past in it? If it's a literal soul, then we have to assume that souls are real in this world, and then it does. You come back to a weird situation where you have to wonder, like, are painters capable of creating sentient life with souls themselves? I don't know. But then that's also starting to come back to, like, is there technically two Versos? I wouldn't count painted Verso. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I mean, are we talking technically there's two Versos, like as in one painted Verso, and then the Verso that's living on within the canvas? See, that's yeah, I don't have a full understanding for what the the faded bodies are within this painting. Because you got Renoirs. You got some Renoirs in here. Is the implication that those faded boys are painted boy versos? I just assumed that they were just like physical representations of his leftover memories and or soul, and not necessarily that they were painted versos. Well, why would you? I wouldn't think to paint myself into my own fantasy world. I would be in my own fantasy world. Yeah, but you see Verso's faded soul fragments all over the place. You're constantly talking to young Verso within the painting everywhere. It's not just the one at the end. Well, then what are the other faded boys then? What are the other faded Versos? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of like a weird thing though. If the universe is trying to like to their family, is it just like in their minds it's a piece of Verso? Is it literally known to be a piece of Verso? When painters create paintings, are they literally having to bestow a fracture of their soul within the paintings that they make? Which is kind of crazy. Well, the boys are 100% Verso. They're definitely Verso. You know that even more so when going back and talking to them. We just talked to one in the Yellow Harvest. It's clearly Verso. Verso talking about himself and his sister. He's talking about Clea. But he's talking about it like it's in present time, so it's not even like a memory either. The faded boy Verso that's in the Yellow Harvest mentions, he's like, why did she do this? Why did she create these Nevron that are eating the world? We used to play here. We loved playing here, is what the boy said. So he's even reflecting on it in present time. Yeah, sure. But that's obviously that's a metaphorical thing that painters can say. Is this universe making it out that any painter who creates a canvas that creates a living world within it, are they having to take part of their soul in order to make it happen? Because you could do that in a story like this, right? You could have it be like that's the way the magic works in this world. You have to actually take part of your soul to fuel the magic that creates these canvases. See, that's another question we don't know for sure. We don't know why. I mean, we talk about the fact that they must be in stasis when they're out of the when their bodies are left outside of the canvas, but I don't know, maybe it is still just an unhealthy thing to be staying in there. Because they're saying like you should be fine as long as you come back out of the canvas every once in a while. Make sure you're living a healthy life, then you can go back. But if you stay in a canvas for too long, I guess the implication is you start to go nuts. So you just got to be responsible. You just can't be crazy and stay inside a canvas forever. Which you would think would be simple enough. Just duck outside every once in a while. Get some exercise, get some food, take a shower. Take a shower. You stinky. You've been standing outside this canvas and you stink. Well, see, we don't know that. If they're in stasis outside the canvas, then they don't have to do anything. We don't know what exactly is happening. Not to mention, depending on the time differences that happen within the painting, like we've talked about that. There's a chance that the time difference between what's happening in the painting and what's happening in the real world could implicate that Aline and Renoir have been standing there next to the painting for months.
Je les envie. Ceux qui ne voient pas.
Or at least
Ceux
weeks.
qui ignorent qu'ils n'existent pas. Et ceux qui vivent, libres et insouciants, ayant oublié leurs péchés, pensant en être absous. Une nouvelle aube se lève sur leur monde, tandis que nous vivons dans l'ombre, immergés dans l'encre. Nous ne sommes qu'un rêve fugace, de la mauvaise graine qui résiste encore et encore à cette poussière, à cette loi éternelle. Ceux qui ne voient rien, ceux qui ignorent qu'ils n'existent pas, savent-ils seulement que nous sommes des frères? Ceux qui ignorent qu'ils n'existent pas.
So yeah, as far as like, if someone's watching over your body, what's the problem? Well, we don't know. We don't know what the problem is, but apparently there is potentially a problem. Renoir ran into that problem, staying in a canvas for too long. Aline went in and rescued him. Aline, in her grief, went into Versos, created a new people, a new society, was in there potentially for decades within the canvas world, not coming out. So Renoir went in after her. And they seem to be implying that the longer you stay in a canvas, the worse off you're going to end up being. That you should not stay in a canvas for too long. You need to be coming out every once in a while. Otherwise, presumably, if it's not doing something physical to your body, it's at least doing something mental to your mind. Here's a cat. This is me right here. This is my human behind me. They give me pets when I want pets. Yeah, so that's like the one issue with Mael's ending is, do you believe the people that are created in Versos Canvas, are they real? Do they have sentience? Do they have souls? In which case, does it even matter if you can make the case that Mael is doing something unhealthy upon herself by staying in the canvas perpetually, possibly until the end of her days, until the end of her mind? If she's doing so by sacrificing her well-being for the sake of potentially millions of people. Right. I think that's supposed to be the implication. As you stay in a canvas too long, it starts to deteriorate your mind, your being. So you need to make sure that you're coming out of them, staying healthy in the real world too. But presumably the downside, I guess, in someone who's obsessed with being in a canvas, the downside for them would be, if I leave the canvas, am I going to lose a bunch of precious time in the canvas because of the time difference that exists? But you just have to deal with that. You would have to get to a point where you're like, I have to leave, guys. To you, it's going to feel like years before I return, but I have to do this. Now, you could assume that Mael could do that, But apparently there's a constant threat of if Mael leaves the canvas, the moment she does, Renoir is going to destroy it. So she feels like she can't leave it in her ending. Alright, where am I going? I'm going away from where I'm supposed to be going. Now, if you don't believe that any of the people that are created in here, despite Verso's own bloody soul saying that he believes all of these people and beings and creations he created are real and they have souls, if you still figure, nah, you're more like on Clea's line of thinking, these are just creations, they're meaningless, they're like AIs, then obviously the healthy thing to do is to get rid of the canvas and make sure that Mael is getting healthy in the real world. Not to say she can't go create another canvas somewhere and create something else to fall into. But yeah, if it's talking about like keeping your mind healthy, you would have to leave the canvas every once in a while. But you can imagine, you would think like it would be easy enough to be responsible. All you'd have to do is make sure you're leaving your world that you created every few years. Even if you were wanting to stay and think about that. Like, how easy would it be to just leave a canvas, like, after a month of being in it? You would think it'd be easy. You would think. Let alone years. I mean, it's irrelevant at this point. There's no way to know. There's no way to know that are their creations sentient and do their creations have souls. There's literally no way for you to know. But it's a magic world. And like I said, I wouldn't want that on my conscience, killing a bunch of people, a bunch of beings, if I didn't know 100% for sure they're not real beings. What constitutes sentience is kind of irrelevant for something like this, where it's completely fantasy and magical. We don't know we don't know the extent of a painter's power and what they can do. Can a painter take a part of their soul and in turn create societies of thousands and millions of people that have their own sentience and souls? We don't know. We don't know when it comes to a universe like this. So that's as far as my train of thought goes. To me, I would not be able to live with myself not knowing for sure whether or not the people within this canvas actually do have have souls, and then just, you know, let them just throw them out, just burn them up. I would never be able to do that. I like the way the SKA walks. Alright, we spent way too long talking about this stuff. Except it didn't. Mama's out. Mama's gone. Mama got sent out. Saving your mom is one thing, but saving the people is another, too. They saved their mama. Mama Aline is done and gone. She's out. And I don't know. I don't even know in that situation. I think a lot of people are able to go to have that simplistic of a point of view. Is my family in danger? Then I'm doing anything and everything to save them, and I don't care the consequences of anyone else. I personally can't do that. And I know that at least my father and my mother would tell me if it came down to me saving a society of people versus their own lives, they would tell me to save the society of people. You tell me that someone's got a button that they can press that's either going to end my parents' lives or end the lives of millions of people, I have to save the millions of people, even though it's going to see my most cherished loved ones disappear. I don't like thinking about that, though. Even more so in a fantasy hypothetical situation where we don't even understand the magic. I mean, most people would. You're constantly hearing stories about how it turns out some person who's a serial killer ends up being protected by their loved ones. You know what I mean? That's obviously way smaller on the scale, but you see that happening all the time. People will put their closest loved ones above everybody else, even if what they've done is terrible. If it turned out like my sister was a mass murderer, I would hope that I would come to the realization that I need to turn her in. You know what I mean? It's a situation you never want to be in, but it's definitely a moral dilemma.
En amoureux, dans le temps. D'après toi, il se passait quoi dans ces cabines?
Non, en fait, c'est un vestige de l'expédition 50. À l'époque, ils ont créé cette roue géante afin de traverser ce monde.
Très bien, d'accord, professeur.
Mes amis, Florée est tout près, je le sens.
Tu sais voler, non? Tu peux pas aller la chercher toi-même?
Oh non, c'est trop fatigant.
Donc, attends, est-ce qu'il est si puissant que ça?
Apparemment, oui. Puissant et fainéant.
Très bien, allons-y.
I love SKA.
Quelle étrange créature.
Yeah, but you can see like how quick some people are just like, I don't know. I suppose in some situations you might have situations where that's happened in real life, and maybe the loved one is holding out hope that it can't possibly be true. Obviously, you have situations like that, and it can't possibly be true, so I'm going to protect you. If it's irrefutable, though, you would hope most people would do the right thing. Got subject quoting quoting some Harry Potter now.
Qu'est-ce qu'on a là?
See, there's a lot of stories from this universe that I would love to see. This is also another problem with me, like, pondering on the whole, like, are these people real and do they exist? If I come to the determination that they are not real and they don't matter and their existence is inconsequential, I can't bring myself to care about these stories. But there is like a whole array of stuff that happened in this universe that I would love to know about. I would love to know about what happened in that period of time between the fracture and when they realized the Gamage is happening, and then they decide to start sending out expeditions. And I would love to know different stories that happen on all these past expeditions and stuff. But if you're trying to convince me that all the people that are in this canvas are not real and they don't matter and they don't exist, why should I care? Why should I care about them? You're all business. You're realizing you're all business. Clea's all business. Clea's view of like canvas paintings are like video games to her. Well, maybe some of them. Should we fight this guy? Do we still have it on times 50? Who do we have in our team? Gustav. That's right. We did that on purpose. Do it again. Let's just do it again.
Laisse-moi t'aider.
Pigment tendu.
Who's me tooing? Me tooing? Who's me tooing what? Subject is me tooing that you're more like Clea? You guys are terrible. Clea is the worst.
Élément, convergez. La chroma coule.
With like painting powers. This is why like we're talking about like a whole nother part of this universe that we have no idea how it works. Does a painter's powers have any structure in the real world? Maybe. Are they able to bring stuff to life in the real world? Are you guys more like Clea, though, or are you more like Renoir? We don't know what... Clea's definitely all business, and she's like, we gotta get our parents out of there. What the heck are they doing? But it's Renoir that's like, we gotta burn this canvas. This canvas has to be burned. No, you didn't. You fought painted Clea. I see. Well, Winterwater Lily thought you were talking about being like Clea. Clea, yeah, I don't know. We don't really, other than the fact that she's all business and she wants her parents to get out of there because they have more important matters happening with whatever the heck is happening in the real world. We don't know for sure Clea's. We know from Verso's soul that we could say that she's more cold and more aloof. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's Renoir that we have a full understanding that he wants to just get rid of the canvas. We don't know that Clea necessarily wants that. I don't think she ever mentioned that, did she? But we know that that's obviously Renoir's goal. We know Aline doesn't want that. There could be a split in the family, I guess. Yeah, that's the thing. If it's a situation where if you could convince yourself, I guess in Mael's situation, because she has that uncertainty, she doesn't want to do that. But if you could convince yourself that the beings you're able to recreate within another canvas are the same entities, as if like their souls are able to transfer from one canvas to another, obviously that would be the easiest solution. Let them remove Verso's canvas if they believe it's laying Verso to rest, and then allow Mael to just create a new canvas with the same people. And that's one way they could bring the beings back. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. That would be one way to do it if you wanted to combine both. I mean, maybe. The whole family probably wants that. Do we know that for sure? She knows that she's doing business stuff. Do we know that she's hell-bent on vengeance right now, or is she just helping lead the painters right now in the middle of possibly a war? We don't know. We don't know the extent of it. All we know is that the Desandra family is an important family within the painters. And Clea has, unfortunately, while her parents are away, taken upon a leadership role in their absence. Well, we don't know. We don't know that. Like I said, you could have a very interesting story involving the writers that ends up leading to something that we don't understand what happened. Did the fire break out because they were trying to burn a child? We don't know that. All we know is that there was a fire and that Verso potentially saved Alicia from said fire, which brought an end to himself. But what caused the fire? We don't know. We have no idea. We just know that the writers got to Alicia in some way. And that's about it. Renoir said they burned her and burned him. Yeah, but that's all we know. We don't know if that's actually what happened. To what degree? What started the fire? Who started the fire? Who started the fire? But yeah, I mean, honestly, it could be honestly, if it would make the writers less interesting if all it was just an attempted hit on the Desandra family. Well, from what we've been told, or from what they believe. That is not the same thing as knowing. What they believe might have happened is not the same as knowing what happened. We just know that the Desandra family convinced Alicia that whatever she got into with the writers led to this, and that they betrayed her or something. But we don't know that. Yes, by them, by the family. That's all we know. The simplest explanation is that the writers tricked Alicia into maybe getting an in that they could take down the whole family. A very important family in this war. That is the simplest explanation. That they trick a naive Alicia into giving them an in with the family that would allow them to take down the family. That's the simplest explanation, but the simplest explanation isn't always the correct explanation. Everything else we've been told about the situation with the fire that led to Verso's death is just what the Desandra family believes happened and what they've said has happened. But you could tell it from another point of view and have it be a surprise that something else was happening. Like I said, you could end up having a prequel that we end up having a story about the writers where it turns out the painters are the bad guys and the writers are the good guys. And it turns out the Desandra family are actually an incredibly dangerous family, a part of a very dangerous group of painters. And the writers were trying to take them out or something. Or maybe they were trying to convince Alicia that it would be better for her to join the writers. And they could teach her that writing is just as good as painting. Because we know that we can assume that she liked writing. The fact that she had typewriters in her room. And then maybe something went wrong. Like, maybe they were trying to just coast her into joining the writers. Something went wrong. Verso found out about it. A fight ensued. A fire broke out. You know what I mean? Like, you could paint all sorts of different scenarios. And then obviously that would still look like the outset that the writers ended up killing Verso. Or maybe, you know what I mean? There's no way to know. They could spin the story any way they wanted. But that's just down to Sandfall and however long it takes them to make the damn sequel. So we can finally know. Assuming that is the direction that they go, which I think most people are hoping that is the case. We want to know more about this universe. We want to know more about whatever is going on with the writers and the painters. And for all we know, it's a universe where there are multiple creative factions. Not just writers and painters. Maybe the writers and the painters are at war with each other. But maybe there's other creative, powerful people. Maybe there are people that can create stuff through the power of sewing. Or song. Or I don't know. What else is there? I would say sculpting, but it seems like the painters might also have the same power when it comes to sculpting things. I'm not sure. Give us a whole universe of crazy, fantastical people who can do crazy stuff. What am I doing? What am I doing?
Laisse-moi t'aider. Faut s'en débarrasser.
La chroma coule flou.
See, I was wondering, because, yeah, we don't even understand all the properties of this universe either. Like, can the painters only create within a canvas? Can the writers create and have things come to life from the page? I don't know. Or is it just as simple as, like, the Myst games, where they write a book and then you can enter them in the same way the painters can enter their canvases? I was theorizing that maybe the writers would be able to approach Alicia. Like, maybe the writers would have the power to bring beings out from canvases somehow. I don't know. Forgot to get rid of the shield. There. Now the shields are gone.
Élément, convergez!
Prête à frapper fort!
Right. Yeah. Can anything be brought out of canvases? If there was a way, you would think that it would have been talked about.
t'échappera pas.
Prépare-toi.
Do it again. Boo. Let's save it for... well... yeah, it would be crazy if they did that, but that's kind of why I'm like, that would be one way that you could keep the characters going into a trilogy. But that's why the second game story would have to be important. If it was something like, do the writers possess an ability or have come to realize they have an ability that they could pull people out of a canvas. And maybe that could lead into a third game where the characters come back. Don't know. Don't know.
Dernière chance. L'âme affûtée. Sors de ce tableau.
Là, 78, Maxence. Voler les aérostats, mais il fallait bien qu'on essaie. Et ça a marché. C'est de chefs forts qu'on a besoin, pas de ces vieux crétins du Conseil qui se cachent derrière la protection du dôme. Sous leur direction, notre peuple est condamné à une lente mais inéluctable extinction. Leurs timides demi-mesures ne donneront jamais rien, car les réponses ne se trouvent pas à Lumière. C'est ici qu'elles sont, et pas ailleurs. Nous n'avons donc plus le choix. Il nous faut prendre les choses en main. Ne dit-on pas que la chance sourit aux audacieux? Il nous faut aller de l'avant avec vaillance et conviction.
Oh, conviction. Didn't we discover that you don't have to actually go through that tunnel under there to hit all these markers? I think the idea is that you're supposed to go over here to hit that one, but you can hit it perfectly fine from down here. Oh, yeah, we never did. Wow. Turn the health back down. I don't know if maybe we should have. Ugh. Look at these two over here. Milo, what are you doing, boy? She's like, I don't know. Whatever I want.
Qu'est-ce qu'on a là?
Laisse-moi t'aider.
Éléments convergés. Pigment tombé.
See, now that we're not using that one, I'm like, do we over-prepare now? Do we go back? Do we even need Elemental Genesis anymore? I say that, and if we're gonna go back to this weapon, I feel like Feint... Do we even need Feint anymore? Let's hit him with this anyways.
Ta dernière heure est arrivée.
Because I think the boost actually does more.
Flamme! Obéissez-moi! Sur moi!
À couvert.
Yeah, why waste our marks at this point with him?
Sors de ce tableau! Gustave, ne meurs pas!
Alright, let's see. Need a reason to keep them on.
Que la foudre se mette à danser!
I mean, if we're not trying to use gradients and we saved like my L for the gradients, I guess it would still make sense to keep it on. Zoe's back already. Cat came back. Hate flyers. Hate flyers.
Laisse-moi t'aider.
Prépare-toi. Survie, s'il te plaît. Dansons.
Prépare-toi.
What do these things do? Don't these give shields? We need to get rid of these things. They do. But it might be worth it. Whatever, we're moving on.
Voilà notre chance.
We're moving on. I know what I said.
Tout ce potentiel.
Pour ceux qui viendront après.
L'acroma coule à flot.
Lisette, la 56. Quand j'étais jeune, je croyais qu'en faire des tonnes était le signe qu'on était passionné. Mais Simone m'a ouvert les yeux et m'a aidé à voir les choses différemment. Quand je pense qu'elle n'est plus là, comment ont-ils pu aussi nonchalamment détruire une si belle âme? C'est monstrueux. Ils l'ont tuée comme si elle n'était rien de plus qu'un névron, ces traîtres. Maudit parasite dénué de la moindre pitié. Mais mon piège a fonctionné. Et nous avons réussi à attraper une de ces pourritures aux cheveux blancs. Une femme qui a l'air humaine, mais qui n'est rien de plus qu'un monstre. Elle refuse de parler. Mais je finirai bien par lui délier la langue. Et quand elle aura craché le morceau, je la donnerai à bouffer à un névron. Après ça, la peintresse pourra me tuer si ça lui chante, car plus rien n'aura d'importance. Justice sera rendue.
Yeah, considering how long these normal enemies are taking, we might adjust it back down to what we started with. What am I hearing? Who am I hearing? Where is the closest flag? I thought there was a flag down here. Am I crazy? Is there not a flag down here? I guess not.
Sympa.
It's either that or we can't use Gustav.
Laisse-moi t'aider.
All these shields. So many shields.
Que l'ombre coule.
Et grâce.
Ah, flyers. Hate flyers.
Dernière chance. L'âme affûtée.
Those did a series of 508s, so maybe I'm wrong. It's gotta be just roulette working against me.
Maël, récite-toi. Maël, récite-toi.
Speaking of young, fading boys, I know you. What do you mean you know us? I've seen you countless times, yet I've never grasped your essence. You're not from here. This place was made to bring joy, not pain. Pain is everywhere. Creature of darkness at the end of this path. It is but one of her many creations. Beautiful in its own way, but deadly. Her favorite combination. It's not the paintress. Creature of darkness. She was my best friend, but she outgrew us. She had more important things, more important friends. She left me behind.
Appréciable.
Yeah, I think we gotta stop using. We gotta stop using. If we're gonna keep it on times 50 for the moment, we have to use CL, not Gustav. Gustav he's very minimal. He's incredibly minimal. What do you guys want? What do you want? Too fast, too fast, too fast. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Ah! You caught me.
Je suis prête. Flamme, obéissez-moi. En garde. Par le feu.
Danger. La chroma coule à flot. Ta dernière heure est arrivée.
Prête à frapper fort.
Quelle chance!
Prépare-toi à mourir.
Dernière chance. La danse commence. Tu ne m'échapperas pas.
Milo, where you going, boy? Yeah, she's not gonna be happy with you. Milo, come here.
Sympa.
So he said, "Get out of my face! Get out of my face!"
On dirait un temple en l'honneur de la peintresse.
Elle a détruit notre monde. Et quelqu'un lui a dédié un temple?
Les faibles d'esprit sont prêts à se tourner vers n'importe quoi pour tenter d'expliquer l'inconnu.
Et quand on est face à quelque chose d'incompréhensible, j'imagine qu'on est prêt à tout essayer.
And see what I mean? Like, does this make you sad? Does it make you sad that they've villainized the paintress, not realizing that the paintress was their creator? And that she's trying to protect them? Or do you think that they don't matter? They're not really people, so who cares what they think? That's kind of where I keep leaning. Look at that Burgeon out there. What's he doing? Just hanging out. This Snowwave Cliffs is a beautiful map too. Burgeon's just hanging out. He's got nothing better to do. Scared of SK is gonna come over and punch him in the face at any moment. What lanterns are we able to see from all the way over here? Lighthouse. Very haunting imagery with all the broken landscapes floating all over the place. You have to believe. You have to believe. Well, this seems odd. When do we pass through these areas? Find out. I'm assuming some stuff just hasn't loaded in yet. And all these lanterns lined up here. We can see these without the level having loaded in yet. We can see where all these are. They're permanently in place. Trying to jump on us.
Lucille de la 50. Notre belle roue du destin s'est fracassée sur les rochers, victime du serpent. Mais même dans son état actuel, sa seule présence reste une source de réconfort. Adrien et Gabriel font de leur mieux pour entretenir le moral, mais sans nourriture, eau potable, ou moyen quelconque de réparer la roue, notre sort est scellé. Du moins, est-ce évident à mes yeux. Mais je n'ai nulle envie de doucher les derniers espoirs des autres. Et qui sait ? Peut-être parviendrons-nous quand même à trouver le moyen de rentrer. Je reconnais néanmoins que les instants de calme que nous passons assis sur la plage sont une source de contentement pour moi. Toute notre vie durant, nous n'avons fait que courir, pour échapper au cours du temps et atteindre un objectif hors de notre portée. Et aujourd'hui, nous pouvons enfin nous reposer. Au moins, nous avons pu voir certaines des merveilles du monde. Même le serpent, en dépit de sa cruauté, se pare d'une indéniable élégance qui lui confère un côté fascinant. Quelles autres splendeurs aurions-nous pu découvrir si nous avions pu continuer à aller de l'avant? Il m'arrive de me demander en quoi notre vie aurait changé si nous avions grandi en dehors du dôme, ou vécu aux côtés des Névrons. Aurions-nous pu prétendre à une forme de paix, ou même mener une existence prospère parmi eux?
Yeah, there's a lot of mentions of the serpent. We didn't end up fighting the serpent for a really long time.
C'est un avantage.
Who created the serpent? Who put a lighthouse on the head of a serpent? It's one of the more unusual creatures in the game.
C'est un avantage.
I take it has these like hexagonal shapes all over. Yeah, there's a few places that look like this. Nature be crazy.
Éléments, convergez!
I keep forgetting to switch back CL's skills.
Attention, Maël. Maël! Je déborde d'énergie. Éléments, convergez!
L'âme affûtée. L'âme affûtée.
C'est un avantage.
On peut s'en servir.
Yeah, I like landscapes like this. I would love to go visit, take pictures. Thing is that I've been to Scotland before. I don't think we ever ended up visiting a place like this. We did visit the Loch Ness. Yeah, this would be neat. I guess I could have brought it up, shown the pictures of it. If you guys want to see what subject's talking about. Yeah, there's a few places that have this type of landscape. It's quite beautiful. Ta-da! No. Show me the picture. I want to see the picture. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it, Google search. Stop it. Get rid of that. It's asking, can you swim? Well, these people are definitely swimming in it. It's a wonderful experience to swim into Fingal's Cave. Seeing the columns tower above your head, below the waves, dense kelp forest covers the rock, eventually leading to the pebble seabed. Yeah, look at that picture. Can't open pictures in a new tab in Steam's browser. Ah, jellyfish. Could do without the jellyfish. Can't make these photos bigger. Yeah, this would be pretty surreal. You could come through here. It'd be fun. Alright.
Excellent.
On dirait une ferme.
Comme au bon vieux temps, pas vrai?
Excellent.
Gosh, the sound they make. It's so creepy.
Fosse 엄마요 솔로 파트 또니 속에 가위로
Fight me! Fight me, sir! LCL. Not the best weapon.
À moi de jouer. Quelle chance!
This might take a while. I just realized we finally came across a flag and we didn't change anything. Excellent. Excellent.
J'attends. À moi de jouer. J'ai vu ton avenir. Amusons-nous. Quelle chance! Vas-y, essaie. À moi de jouer. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. C'est parti. C'est le moment de frapper. Vas-y, essaie. Quelle chance. C'est parti. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. La mort est mon ami. Bonne pioche.
Mamma oui là, Fosselito. Oh,
Should we try to fight the Landmaster without changing anything? Maybe we'll give it one. We'll give it one go with the big boost we have on right now.
Sympa.
Quelle chance. À moi de jouer.
La chroma coule à flot.
Faisons couler l'encre. L'âme, obéissez-moi. À couvert.
À moi de jouer.
Une tempête approche.
Je suis prête. L'âme, obéissez-moi.
Quelle chance. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Pigmentons-les. Que l'encre coule.
Que la foudre se mette à danser. En garde.
Just put tonks everywhere. They're like cockroaches. There is the last one. It's right there. Right there. It's true. Mile is definitely OP.
Sympa.
What's up, big guy? Don't worry. We'll go get your crystals. We should have just gotten his crystals. Alright, we're not threatening. Grabbing your crystals, buddy. Don't you worry about a thing. Yeah, we'll wait. We'll leave the multiplier where it is. We need to, I feel like the Landmaster should be a good test. Just jump down. Let me jump. I want to go exploring a cave like this.
Intéressant.
Intéressant. Very, very interesting. No! Why am I still sprinting? I'm not even holding down my sprint button anymore. What the heck? Now we gotta go back up there.
C'est un avantage.
You tricked me!
Yeah!
Oh shit.
Quelle chance.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Une tempête approche. Éléments convergés. Pigments tombés.
Par le feu!
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
AP. More AP. We got no more AP. Alas. I have to survive without.
Faites attention.
Lame infectée! Super!
C'est un avantage.
See, I don't like it when they shrink. Come on, she was so big. She was so big. Why'd she shrink?
Éléments convergés.
Lame! Obéissez-moi! En garde! Par le feu!
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Prête!
La chroma coule à flot.
That's what we're wearing. That's why she reacted the way she did. She was like, oh, I already have this outfit. Alright. Those crystals. Ah, stuck.
Parfait.
Get stuck on everything. Oh, you too slippery. Too slippery. Wait, why is this crystal back here again? Does that make sense? It's all an illusion. There was no crystals. Got bamboozled.
Appréciable.
Do we have all of them? How many do we have? We have 3. Tres. We've got them. We've got them all. Can't get up here. Ciel, how'd you get over here? Well, I'm the only one who can't teleport. You bloody cheaters. Should we fight this guy? I don't need to, unless he's got something on him that we want.
Quelle chance!
Obéissez-moi. Par le feu. Danger.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Porte de la chroma. Ouvrez-vous.
Nothing. We got nothing. The disappointment is measurable. Did we get everything that was up on this side? Is there anything else up here? We did not go this way. Now I feel like I'm leaving something else behind. Oh, we need to return the crystals for starters. Let's go do that real quick. Alright, buddy. We got him. Take your crystals. It's asking too much. Asking too much. Growl. Growl, I say. Oh, the ecstasy. Look at me. I'm perfect. I wanted there to be like a bonus ending where we got together. We got together with all these white Nevron and had like a party or something. Alright. Right.
Est-ce que ça veut dire que la peintresse a
Nope.
plusieurs formes différentes?
Je crois plutôt qu'elle a des alliés ou des lieutenants, comme le type sur la plage.
Well, I guess that's kind of true. Let me in. Okay, goodbye. Ah! Trapped.
L'arme! Obéissez-moi! Dansons!
Faites attention! Danger! Fais attention!
Ow.
Bonne pioche. À moi de jouer.
éléments. Converger. Pigment fondu.
En garde! Faisons couler l'encre.
La mort est mon amie.
Que l'encre coule. Pigment tombé.
La danse commence. Sors de ce tableau.
How do we get in this building? How do we get in this building? Something we have to come back to? I don't remember entering this building. Did I miss this building the first time around? Oh, there's a switch here. Cool.
Ce sera utile.
There's something wrong with this building.
On peut s'en servir.
Oh, Florie est là-bas. Mais je sens quelque chose d'inquiétant.
All right, here we go. Here we go. What was he doing over here in the dark anyways?
Bien, on s'en débarrasse. La pierre doit être tout près.
Faisons couler l'encre. En garde.
Okay. It's totally fine. Turn them all back on. Not like I just turned them all off or anything.
À moi de jouer.
Pigmentons-les.
Une tempête approche.
Shoot, how much did we just have? Gosh, I gotta start paying attention more. She had not very much. But is it enough? That's the question. She had 7, it looks like, so we had 3. It's okay. It's alright. Although you don't have a mark on you. Can I mark you, sir? Just hold still. Can I mark you when hitting your lanterns? I can. Isn't that nice? Now do I want to shoot the other lanterns, though? Nah, we're fine.
Sors de ce tableau. Par le feu.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Bon. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Une tempête approche.
Want that mark. We're gonna live without it. See, that was the right call.
Dernière chance.
I think we're about to say bye-bye. Oh, you lucky dog. Are you about to bounce out? Or do we still have to take that sliver down? Bounce! I think we're bouncing him. Man, that wasn't much of a fight. Gosh, man.
Eh, restons sur nos gardes. Ne nous porte pas la poisse.
Je ne vois aucune pierre.
It's a good thing we didn't turn it down.
La poisse.
It's a good thing we did not turn it down.
Quelle chance.
Pigment tombé.
Prête à frapper fort. Sors de ce tableau.
Ah, come on.
À moi de jouer. J'ai vu ton avenir.
Une tempête approche.
Dernière chance. L'âme affûtée. Il est mort, là? Vraiment mort?
On dirait bien.
C'est ça?
Florie! Génial! Prêt à prendre de l'âge? Alors c'est parti! Allez-y! Sautez, mes amis! Ce n'est pas si haut!
On peut enfin traverser la mer.
Gustave, t'aurais pas un peu de vin de côté des fois?
Tu vas?
Hé, tu peux le faire.
Je déteste l'eau.
Elle n'a plus l'air si loin maintenant.
He would have lived a little while longer if they hadn't decided to throw some rocks.
Une autre pierre?
Les autres nous attendent, mais...
Tu pourrais l'atteindre?
D'accord.
You can't watch Lily? Does that mean you're coming around to thinking that all these guys have
Que
souls?
dirais-tu de celle-là?
Huh? I mean, why are you sad about him dying if he has no soul?
C'est vraiment important.
Yeah, man, I'm like, how did she not see
Mais tu
him?
sais, comme je le dis
He's
toujours,
right
ce n'est pas
there.
la pierre qui compte. C'est plus...
Gustave?
Cours!
t'en prie, cours.
It's true. She's gonna have 2 of these memories lingering. Gustav's kind of like her father slash uncle slash brother.
Pourquoi est-ce que vous faites ça?
I'm surprised our custom outfit is on here. I was told that they wouldn't allow custom outfits during this scene. Maybe it's the actual death scene? Dude, even if we could do damage to him, our Gustav in this playthrough would not be up to the task. Bop!
On ne vous a rien fait. Rien. On devrait être dans le même camp.
I don't know how many people share this opinion with me, but I don't like that we're doing this fake battle with a fake defeat that then leads into another cutscene. I kind of would have rather them had actually made a cutscene for this part. Have Gustav fight him, showing us that Renoir is essentially immortal, but just have it be a cool cutscene where, you know, Gustav is trying to fend him off to the best of his abilities. I don't like having this fake fight.
Il faut s'en débarrasser. Laissez-la partir.
Il se passe quelque chose là-haut.
Esquier, amène-nous là-haut.
Merde, 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 merde!
I mean, I would have it coupled. First fight, make it more difficult, and then I would have that be literally the first fight. I wouldn't have this fight. I think this breaks the emotional impact for me in what should have just been a cool cutscene, rather than taking us out of the cutscene, the story beat, to put us back into a video game. But a video game that doesn't even mean anything. Like, this moment means nothing. We can't do anything to him. But you could get that point across by going right into having a cool fight cutscene, him getting thrown back, impaled, and then showing us that he can't die that easily.
Pour ceux qui viendront après.
Yeah, screw it. Just go right into this. See? And then this. Oh, that's what I was remembering too. It takes you out of the fake fight, puts in a cool cutscene, then gives us a fake victory screen. Why do we need this weird faux battle, faux victory screen? It to me, it just breaks the cinematicness of this important story beat that should have just been a cutscene. Shield protecting Mael. He goes into fighting. Renoir breaks down, you know, his arm that at this point, at least in the first playthrough, we know is a powerful attack. Blasts him across the room, impales him on the wall. Why these weird breaks? Don't break it. Don't break it. You're breaking my cutscene, man. Okay, this is it. This is where it pulls off the custom outfit for this sequence.
Pour ceux qui suivront. D'accord.
Non. Tu m'avais promis. Non, 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 non.
Tu ne peux pas encore comprendre. Mais je vous fais une faveur. Ce n'est pas de la cruauté.
Tu l'as laissée venir? Tu sais bien qu'elle est trop faible pour ça. Comment peux-tu lui faire prendre un tel risque?
Maintenant, tu t'en préoccupes. Mon ange, tu aurais dû rester à la maison. Je t'avais dit de ne pas t'en mêler. Mais puisque tu es là, ne bouge pas et...
Mais qu'est-ce que tu racontes? Retourne d'où tu viens maintenant. Cela ne te concerne pas.
Quand ce sera terminé, nous rentrerons tous ensemble.
Non!
Je comprends que tu te sentes perdu. Mais nous voulons tous les deux ce qu'il y a de mieux pour nos familles. Désolé que tu te retrouves entre deux feux, mais... j'ai essayé de te prévenir. Ça faisait longtemps. Ne te mêle pas de ça. Tu as choisi de partir. Rien ne te donne le droit de revenir interférer.
Tu as vécu plus d'une vie. Il serait temps de lâcher prise.
Plus d'une vie? Certes, mais toujours avec une famille déchirée. Non. Je veux qu'on me rende enfin ma famille.
Ce n'est pas ta famille. C'est elle, ta famille.
Tu te servirais d'elle?
C'était son choix. Je ne fais pas les règles entre vous. Hé. Ça va. Ne t'inquiète pas. Je m'occupe de tout. Va rejoindre tes amis. Va.
Alors c'est ainsi. Tu nous entraînes sur cette voie. Mais es-tu préparé aux conséquences?
Elle ne peindra plus jamais.
Her hair is crazy. This is why I normally don't do the long hair pigtails like this. Bloody 2 cattails coming out of her head, doing their own thing. Give Esquier a hug. Don't punch him.
La dernière fois qu'on était assis ensemble.
À Lumière. On pleurait nos parents.
Pas croire qu'on se retrouve uniquement pour porter le deuil. J'aurais aimé qu'on puisse passer plus de temps tous ensemble. Dans un contexte plus joyeux.
Le plan n'a pas changé. Direction le monolithe. On continue vers le nord. Avec l'aide d'Esquier, on peut le faire. Mais on a perdu le convertisseur de Lumina.
T'en fais pas, on pourra y réfléchir plus tard.
Cet homme a détruit tous nos convertisseurs. L'expédition 32 en apportera plus. Ils auront une petite chance si... On leur prépare le terrain. Je dois remplir nos journaux.
Hé. Ça va aller, tu sais. Demain sera bientôt là.
Ciel.
Ça avait l'air important. Si vous voulez atteindre le monolithe, mieux vaut traverser la carrière au nord.
Qui êtes-vous? Où avez-vous trouvé cet uniforme d'expédition?
Étrange façon de dire merci. Désolé de ne pas avoir pu le sauver. Et si je porte cet uniforme, c'est parce que moi aussi, j'ai fait partie d'une expédition.
Quoi? Comment c'est possible? Je ne vous ai jamais vu.
La première expédition. L'expédition 0.
L'expédition 0? Mais vous êtes encore en vie et pas...
Vieux? Je ne sais pas trop comment, mais... certains ont arrêté de vieillir. Et on n'est pas affecté par le gommage.
Certains. Comme l'homme sur la falaise.
Renoir. Notre commandant.
Pourquoi? Pourquoi est-ce qu'il a massacré nos amis?
Comment est-ce qu'il a pu trahir les siens?
Il pense que son immortalité est un don de la peintresse. Si elle meurt lui aussi, il a pris goût à la vie éternelle.
Et pas vous?
Enterrer tous les gens qu'on connaît a tendance à devenir pesant. Je n'ai pas pu aider votre ami. Mais je pourrais vous aider.
Et vous joindre à nous?
Si ça ne vous dérange pas, oui.
Donc, si je veux tuer Renoir, je dois d'abord tuer la peintresse. C'est quoi ton nom?
Verso.
Verso. And here we are. Yeah, Subject and I have talked about this too, which is that as far as story beats go, I think there should have been an absence of this party member. In general, they should have had maybe an act or an area or a part where Gustav was gone and the only playable characters you had are the three girls, and then after an area or an act, then bring Verso in. Let there be time to sink in the loss of Gustav before bringing Verso in to be a new playable character. And then, yeah, I think that would have been better. I think it would have helped the impact of everything that just happened before being surprised by Verso becoming a new playable character, a new part of the party. I thought he was very intriguing at first. I think I'm the opposite. I started liking him less. The more it was discovered that he continued lying. I will say the one part that I don't like about Verso is that I don't feel like his character had a good arc. Because his logic is sound from his point of view at this point in the story, which is that he wants to move on. He wants to move on, even at the stakes of his family possibly dying or disappearing. He wants to move on, but I would have hoped for a proper story arc from him, for it to be revealed that this is how he felt, how he wanted things to go. But as he came to grow to know these new expeditioners, grow to find out that Mael can also possibly restore things the way they used to be, bringing Julie back, or I don't know, staying with Lune, that this would have had him come around to maybe believing that there is still a life worth living. Maybe it gets revealed that, and I would have liked to have had the story go that way. It would have been a more interesting story arc for him to have. And I don't know. If we were going to go where preferably I would have liked them to have just simply made an ending rather than giving us a choice between endings, a choice between potential heartaches, that would have been the direction I probably would have wanted it to go. Have Verso realize that there is still a life worth living. There is still a life worth living here. And they maybe even have the point where you could make it so he does grow old. In fact, in Miles' ending, it does reveal that he is growing old. His immortality has ceased to be by that point. But obviously, if you were going to have a more positive ending, you could just simply have it be that once the paintress is removed, Aline is removed from the canvas, that he is able to start aging and he can actually start living out the rest of his days. Well, I mean, he found that out way earlier on. Do we know when he decided, like, enough is enough? Presumably, possibly decades later. But, I mean, he's accepted that he's not the same person, but that doesn't mean he can't be his own person. Just the same as the rest of the people created within the canvas. He's his own Verso. But that's not the point. You understand it. That's my point. There's no arc. You can understand his point of view at this point in time. I would have liked there to be an arc, a character arc, where he goes from the viewpoint of him wanting it to end to maybe it doesn't need to end. Maybe there's stuff worth doing. I find all the other things too, like him lying constantly definitely made me not like his character as we went on, and for him to come to these conclusions in the end despite the experiences we saw him grow to have with these new people. I don't know. It's tough to say, because honestly, what I would rather have had would be a nicer ending, a more happy ending than the endings were offered. Mael's ending is, again, you needed to have Mael's ending have a kind of I don't know about this feeling. She's trapped on the outside. She's keeping, I mean, her bringing back Verso against his wishes is just obviously, because what I'm suggesting a change for the story would be to change the outcome for Verso altogether. If we're just going based off the fact that he's like, I don't want to keep existing, so do me a favor and not bring me back, and then she brings him back, is messed up. But if you hadn't had those moments, if you hadn't had the moment where you're like, yeah, she's kind of stuck on the outside and keeping this in emotion, and for how long, the Mael ending would be too obviously a happy ending. And if you're going to have two different endings and stark contrasted endings, and if you don't want there to be an obvious good ending and an obvious bad ending, Mael's ending had to have that footnote that like, something feels off, something doesn't feel quite right. Again, because otherwise if you didn't have that, then the Mael's ending would be the obvious good ending. It is the tragedy of it all. It's a perfectly fine French set of tales, but I don't think either ending is good. I akin this to something like Labyrinth with Jennifer Connelly. Jim Henson's Labyrinth, where they could have easily gone the route where you're like, was this all in her head? Did she just make all this up? But Jim Henson was like, nah, it's real. It's real. And we're going to show that it was completely real at the end of the movie, where everybody is there reunited and they're having a good time. I'm with Jim Henson on this. When I go to the movies, I want to leave feeling good, feeling better. I don't want to leave feeling worse. I don't want to leave feeling sad. I see. Well, I mean, this is perfect then. I mean, both of these endings are tragedies. Like I said, these are definitely, both ending options are definitely kind of putting it out there, French tragedies. I just don't like, I'm okay with that being the admittance. Both endings are not good endings. See, I don't like that. The world's too depressing. I play games, I watch movies, I watch TV shows to be an escape. I don't like watching anything that makes me feel sad and depressed. I'm like, there's too much of that already in the real world. Give me something that makes me happy. Makes me feel good. I want more optimism in the world. We're gonna have to save. Catching up with these guys when we come back. But yeah, so that is the hard fact of the matter is who knows what's happening, and we talked about that. Like, could Mael just simply recreate everybody in another canvas? Would that be an acceptable situation? Honestly, if it was a situation where this is all just delusion in Mael's mind, her just recreating them in another canvas would be fine. A canvas that Renoir would not be threatening to destroy. But, like said, does Alicia believe that creating them in another canvas is actually them? You'd have to convince her that if it's possible, then yeah, she should just do that. And then not stay in the canvas on end forever and ever. There's good sci-fi stories out there. But I can tell you, like, there's a lot of times where we've finished watching something where the ending ended up being like a complete downer. And we were like, well, we hated that. Have you seen the Black Mirror episode with the two astronauts in space who have robot bodies down on Earth? If you like stories with tragic endings, man, oh man, does that episode deliver in spades. And I absolutely hated it. With every will of my being, I hated that episode. And if you haven't seen it, go check it out. What is it called? Speaking of sci-fis. There's a lot of good sci-fis out there. Which sci-fis have you been watching with people dying at the end of all of them? It's got like Josh Hutcherson. Yes, yeah, we've watched both seasons, Phantom, at this point now. Definitely a series worth going into, not knowing anything about it. You know what's funny, Phantom, is that we actually started watching that series not knowing anything about it, like a long time ago. And we started watching the first episode. And we didn't finish it. We thought it was just like we just thought it was like a real life political thriller. And so we had no idea the sci-fi premise of it. We never finished the first episode. I mean, it was good enough that we watched the first two seasons. I like the first season more than the second season. But pretty solid. Black Mirror. I don't think we've watched any of the new. Well, when was that episode? I don't know if we watched the recent season of Black Mirror. We've kind of started giving up on Black Mirror because Black Mirror does have several episodes that are pretty depressing. But that freaking Black Mirror episode was one of the that had to have been. I felt that may have made me feel the worst after watching anything I've ever watched before. I hated that episode so much. Not that it was poorly acted or poorly written. Just, it was so freaking depressing. Was that from the most recent season? It had, oh gosh, what is his name? He played Pinkman. What is his name? Aaron Paul. Not his character, not his character from... that episode was from... season 6? How many seasons are there? They've confirmed that there's only going to be 3 seasons. Yeah, this is season 6, episode 3. What season are they on now? How many seasons are in this? This is crazy. They have 7 seasons. Okay. So yeah, I don't think we've watched any of season 7 episodes. So they've confirmed there's only one more season of Paradise? Black Mirror, I have no idea. If Black Mirror keeps getting decent ratings, I'm sure Netflix will keep pumping them out. No, I think Phantom's talking about Paradise. Paradise is only going to have one more season. Alright, I gotta stop looking at this stuff. I'm getting distracted. So you're the other way around. You did not like Verso at first. See, I thought Verso was a super interesting character when he first showed up. As far as I know, he's helping them out. As far as I know, he stopped Renoir. So I was intrigued by him. Who is this strange immortal man who was part of Expedition Zero? So I found him interesting. He was Verso's very mysterious when he first shows up. But I do think that, yeah, having him replace Gustav immediately, I think it, again, as far as story beats go, it would have lended itself better to the story if there was a noticeable gap, absence of Gustav. Only the ladies are left over in Esquier, and then have Verso join the group a little later on. Yes. Yes! Project Hail Mary! Good sci-fi movie with a happy ending. Is that a spoiler? Did we just spoil the fact that it has a happy ending? Sorry, everybody. It does have a happy ending, though. I feel bad that I spoiled that. Because there are several moments in that movie where you're like, is it gonna have a happy ending? I don't know. Gustave. I mean, it only just recently came out in movie theaters. So, sorry if that's a minor spoiler. I would consider that a spoiler. If somebody told me that it was going to have a happy ending, I would consider it a spoiler. But there's some people that like going into movies knowing that they're going to have a happy ending. If you like sci-fi, you'll probably like it. It's a good space science exploration, science-y space exploration movie. That's all I'll say. It's good. Is it available for streaming yet? I feel like it just dropped in theaters, not like a month ago. It's from the author of The Martian, but it's very different from The Martian. Is it with the robot? I'm trying to think what you... I didn't watch any trailers going into Project Hail Mary, so I haven't watched any trailers. You'd have to tell me, is it with the robot? I don't know. What robot are you thinking of? Like I said, I think it's better going into it not knowing anything. Well, this was a couple weeks ago. Project Hail Mary's streaming release date delayed due to theatrical success. What does that mean? When is it coming out then? He finds a robot in a bubble. Just go see it, Phantom. Go see it, and don't watch any trailers. Yeah, when is it coming to streaming? It's fine that it was delayed, but when is it coming to streaming? 2 days ago. Project Hail Mary gets possible digital streaming release date. What? What does that mean? Yeah, it's done really well at the box office. It's made some good money. It's made some good money. They believe that it'll be dropping available for renting and buying on May 12th. That's in 2 days! Is that true? I might buy it. I think I liked it enough that I might buy it. Alright. Alright. I guess we should call it here. We played way too long. We talked way too much. we played too much and we talked way too much. It took us forever to get to the Stonewave Cliffs because we were talking so much. Phantom, don't look up anymore. Stop looking up stuff on it. Go rent it. Go rent it when it drops. It probably won't be worth renting. It's too bad there isn't actual, like, real rental prices for streaming most of the time. It's usually like, you can rent it for 20 bucks or you can buy it for 25. Did I cry this time? John? Yes, it was so much worse. I cried because my Gustav's red highlights disappeared. What happened? What happened to his eyeshadow? Now we're stuck with Verso again. We lost our robot arm. It's very sad. Speaking of which, where's your custom clothes, sir? I don't know what to put them in. I feel like we need to change up everybody's clothes in general. It feels weird putting on the 33 sash early on. It also feels a little weird putting on Renoir's suit. I don't know what we would want to change into. The only reason we had this setup was because Mael and Gustav had matching red. But now I'm like, eh. But now Gustav's gone. I don't have the matching red anymore. So now I'm like, what do we switch up to now? I don't know. Nothing feels quite right. And we could go back to what we had before. I want more clothes for CL. CL, give me more clothes. I have to say that it is unfortunate that I do find that some of the best clothes are the expedition clothes. Their design is so nice looking. Monoko, what are we doing? What are we gonna do with you? I don't mind this layout. I don't mind this setup. But I don't feel like CL has a matching getup to go with it. It pains me. It pains me. She's like, you guys can go wear different clothes. I'm just gonna put my normal clothes back on. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. When we come back. Alright, I guess we should call it here. We'll catch up with everybody on the start of the next stream before heading on into Act 2. I don't know what to think about the damage levels, man. We've boosted their health to times 50. Are we gonna do we need to set it to 100? Is that what we're coming to the conclusion on? Do we have to enemy life multiplier to 100? I don't know. The problem is, again, the balance. I wouldn't mind making, like, I don't know if this is gonna, like, just end up creating prolonged and tedious fights. We'll keep it on 50 for the moment. Keep it on 50 just for the moment. We'll see how we do going into Act 2. All right. Well. All right, that was a crazy long stream. Lily, thank you for the discussions. Theory crafting is always good. There is a lot to theorize on this in this game's story, considering what all little we know and what we do know, what we don't know. But again, I'm of the opinion that only this stuff matters if these characters matter. If these characters matter, then it all matters to me, and I want to know more. I want to know more, not just about the universe between the painters and the writers. I want to know more about the universe of Verso's canvas and Lumiere and the people within, the Gestrals, everybody. And why do I always forget Grandis? And the Grandis, of course. Grandis weren't a huge part of the story, were they? But we will call it here. We'll be back. We'll be back to jump into Act 2 with Verso. Lion Verso could have saved Gustav's life. People just need to explain things. I'm still kind of weirded out by some of these discussions. I was thinking that now that we know what was happening, some of the discussions between Renoir and Verso would make more sense, but honestly, I don't know if they do entirely make sense. I do find it strange that if Renoir, honestly, I feel like Renoir explaining that the Paintress is what's keeping the Expeditioners alive would be valuable information to give out. Not necessarily just trying to kill everybody all at once. Because if he can convince some of the Expeditioners that the Paintress is actually what's keeping everybody alive, then they'd have a common goal. They'd actually be against Verso. They'd be against Verso if they learned the truth. That's the way it is. It's a tangle of webs and lies and deceit across everybody. Alright, well, we finally got to really hear Renoir speak. How do we feel about his French voice actor? It's good. He's good. Again, I don't think he doesn't have the upper hand. He doesn't have it over Andy Serkis. Andy Serkis, it would be hard to beat. He's good, but Andy Serkis definitely takes it for Renoir. Verso, this was definitely the very first time we've heard Verso, though. Verso's pretty good. I want to hear him talk a little bit more. He's pretty good. But we'll see. We'll see about how we feel about him by the end of this. Compared to, what, Ben Starr? Because as it stands right now, I actually think Mael's French voice actress is pretty freaking good, to the point where I'm almost kind of like, man, do I hold them on even grounds? Who's the French voice actress again? Adeline Châtel? Yeah, that's the French voice actress for Mael, and she's been great. She's been really, really good. So yeah, so far so good on the French playthrough. I'm really liking most of the cast and the voice acting, and it's awesome to find out that Esquier is actually the same voice. Esquier's voice is exactly the same. He's just speaking in French, which is pretty awesome to find out. I'm glad I didn't know that going in. I was completely surprised when he popped in and started talking, and it's like, that's just Esquier. That's just bloody Esquier. He's just speaking French. So that was good. That was good. All right, we'll be back. We'll be back for part 4 starting Act 2. But thank you for tuning in, guys. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. Do very much appreciate it. Subscribe if you'd like to be notified of future streams. And if you are watching this at a later time, thank you for taking the time to do so. And until tomorrow, hopefully, everybody sleep well, be well, stay chill, stay relaxed. And I hope to see you then. Good night and goodbye.